There is only the absolute that appears as absolutely everything, and no thing inseparably so and not so, ad infinitum. Life, although it's called life using the English language, is simply the appearance of the aliveness of living things that appear as though they're living things. The human corporeal appearance, so called, everything that's named and so called categorized, labeled, as though there are separate things to label and categorize, although are not necessarily required. Although it is not necessarily required that a human corporeal manifestation has to express as it does, it expresses nonetheless, although it will either recognize or not recognize that it is not permanently so. It is both temporarily, permanently appearing, but not for a permanent duration, as in always. Not always appearing the same way. The absolute is everything and no thing apparently appearing both real and unreal, observable and observable, knowable and unknowable, 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around nobody. Everything and no thing is inseparably so and not so ad infinitum. Everything is no thinging and no thing is everythinging. Nothing is permanent, nothing is exclusively permanent, and nothing is exclusively impermanent. It is appearing as though it is both. Absolutely everything is appearing as though it is both real and unreal. It is and it is not. But nobody knows how and why that is so and not so. It is assumed via a subconscious conscious self that has learned to believe and accept that it is living its own life and that it is separate from everybody and everything else, and that its own life matters, 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself. And in that sense of separation, identification with a conjured self, it is all conjured. In fact, it can be stated that the absolute is appearing as finiteness. And that finiteness apparently appears to be as a permanent state. But it is not always a permanent state. It is apparently appearing as though there's a sequence of time, that it takes time for everything to appear, and that everything appears in space and time. And that it is appearing in space and time for a reason, meaning, and purpose. And that those reasons, meanings, and purposes are associated with what apparently appears to be appearing in time, in space and time. Although all appearances that are appearing in space and time are not of space and time. They're not of space and time. Nothing is of space and time. Everything's apparently appearing as though it is appearing in space and time, and then time is the appearance as though there's a past, present, and future, a threefold principle. It is thought to be that way. And in the thinking, via a mind of a body mind, the body mind believes and thinks that it is separate from everybody and everything else. It believes that there is a countenance of other bodies because it facilitates sight of eyes that a parent appears to have. It doesn't possess those eyes, but it believes that its own body and mind is of its own free will and choice to use, that it was born and had a beginning when it was born, and that it was born as a human corporeal body mind, but that it had a beginning and that it will have an end when it dies. It was when it was born, that was its beginning, as a permanent physical entity, separate from everybody and everything else. And in that separation, along with all the other thoughts that it entertained and that it would entertain throughout its life, it would go based on what it believes. And what it believes, it knows. Because it knows, it believes. It believes in what it knows. And it believes it's an individual whom that has a birth name and birthright. And that in that learning, it developed a sense of purpose, a sense of meaning, reason, purpose. I am someone special, so therefore I should do the best I can to not only be that special person I believe I am, but continue to improve on it, to become refined and a better version of myself. I learned this. It was taught. It was taught to me by those that have been living their lives for a longer duration than I have. Then there's a mixture, I notice. As I'm learning what I believe I know, that which I believe I know is a knowledge base and is limited to the information that I have gathered 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon it, and around myself. And that my knowledge base is different than another body mind, another person. Another person has a certain degree of a knowledge base of information that it knows. And so what I've learned is to go based on these learnings, what have been construed as teachings, and that there's these dualities that I need to know about, and I need to learn how to use the dualities to my advantage, because that is what I'm taught to do. I'm taught to take the advantages that are available and that I confront in my own life. If I confront advantages out there in the world that I believe is a shared reality because others have told me that that's the way it apparently appears to be, they don't even say or understand what apparentness is. They believe that whatever is thought about, it must really be true. It must be permanently so. So whatever is known is permanently so. It does not understand that which is not so, or that which is unknowable, unreal. It doesn't matter to that which believes it should matter. What should matter is that which is knowable, that which is visibly observable in mirrors, that which appears real, but is believed to be permanently real, permanently so. It has learned this idea since 18 months of time had surpassed. And what is 18 months of time? Well, it is thought to be a duration of measured time, and that time can be measured. And time is only recognized via the observance of a timepiece or a clock, observing moments going by. A moment is a second. A moment in space and time has been labeled and called that via the English language. Although there is this English language is one of the most commonly spoken languages, or it's thought to be one of the most commonly spoken languages, aside from Chinese Mandarin, the English language that is recognizing everything that is encountered to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around, a self-conjured conjured self has conjured the idea that they can learn all about what they encounter in their own lives. Although there's just life, and there's always just been life, and always will continue to appear to be life, in this appearance of life, living things appear as though they're alive. The aliveness of living things, that's life. The nature, the culmination, the amalgamation of all the immeasurable countenance of the innumerable living things in nature. And nature is just a word that's used to describe all the living things that appear in a natural state. The natural state is thought to be a permanent state. But in that permanent state, there are changes. But there are exclusive changes that are thought to be so. They're thought to be permanent types of changes. And that there's this cycle of seasons going on. That which is labeled as nature is considered also an environment. The environment is considered an area of space of an environment. The environment is likened to an area of space that's limited, seemingly limited, to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around the self-conjured conjured self that believes it's living its own life. And that as it looks through eyes that believes are its own eyes, it claims everything that it knows. It claims everything that it believes it knows about. It needs to know about absolutely everything. It needs to know all about everything that it has ever encountered and ever will encounter. It believes it is living its own life that's leading to a future that's going to always improve, and opportunities of improvement are in store to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around that individual person. That individual person believes it is self-sufficient, self-maintained, self-regulated. It has its own life to live. It's going to take its own body, mind, use it however it chooses to use it, because it believes it's its very own and that it's part of itself. And that although it is living, it believes it's living its own life, it also believes that if it lives its life in a particular way, that it will be rewarded. And this is where it has conjured the spiritual teachings, spiritual ideas, spiritual concepts that are seemingly believable. And these seemingly believable beliefs are referred to as spiritual, as religious and spiritual teachings. Then there are those that say, well, you can appear as though and express as a spiritual person, but at the same time, you're simply a human being human. And being human is expressing emotions. And these emotions stem from thoughts and ideas. Thoughts and ideas that the emotions are going hand in hand with the thoughts and ideas. If something is thought about, well, I'm going to feel a certain way about that. I have an emotion, an emotional response to something I believe is happening to me. To, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around myself. This is what has become the common knowledge, or that which is considered to be construed as a commonly held experience. To, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around all human beings that are appearing humanly corporeal, the human form. But the human form is thought to be permanently so, and that it will have a permanent end as well. Then it tries to understand, well, if it's so permanent, why can we not find a substantially reasonable explanation that supports meaning, reason, and purpose behind life itself, or life as it is lived as a human being? Why can we not agree upon the same meanings, reason, and purposes behind that? The reason why it cannot be conjured is because there are innumerable ways to go about conjuring an idea of meaning, reason, and purpose behind anything that's thought to be something that is either subjectively so or objectively so. Sometimes perceived as an object, as a body-mind. That's that person over there, so that's subjectively thought. The subject of the object, so that's a person over there. So that's objectively seen as somebody else. There's another person over there. So then that person's appearing as a body-mind, an object, a separate body-mind. Then if it is referred to subjectively, then that body-mind appears in a particular way. So the subjectivity is the appearance of that object. And so everything is thought to be existing in a dual nature. So in space and time, each moment going by, there appears to be change. But it's only the apparent appearance of change. Then the self-conjured conjured self begins to continue to support the idea of individuality and self-identification with oneself, that it has its own uniqueness and special features and personality traits that it expresses of its own accord and volition because it believes it has free will and choice to do so. So it exercises that free will and choice that it believes it has. It feels free to do that, so it does it. It does what? Well, it believes it's doing whenever it expresses in some particular way. Well, I said this or I said that, and because I said it, I know what I said, and I know what I'm talking about. See, if I know what I'm talking about, then that makes me a unique person that has learned at a pace at which it's comfortable for me to learn about any subject. So therefore, it is agreed upon. All the self-conjured selves agree that yes, how else is a body-mind action figure, is an individual person that's believed to be associated as the appearance of a body-mind. The appearance of a human corporeal body-mind that has been identified as that and called that, and all these references and all these words that have been conjured. And yes, the English language is a conjuring just as all other languages were conjured. And they were conjured, they were thought to be necessarily conjured so that communication can happen between one body and another body. And in that communication, there's the idea that there's separation going on, or there's separation happening. And in that separation, it was accepted and believed and reinforced the idea of self-identification, and it continues even what is thought to be continuing now. And in these observances, as though I'm one observer and you are another observer, and we are two separate observers, It only apparently appears to be that way. But we have agreed upon the fact that we believe. The facts that we believe to be factual is that you are a separate person and I'm a separate person. That is an acceptable fact. But that which has been accepted, 2 by 4 from upon, 2 by 4 from about, with, upon, and around the individual self-conjured conjured self, that is only limited to that which is agreed upon. That which is agreed upon is not what's ever happening. That's not what's happening. Anything that's been agreed upon among what are thought to be, only thought to be, and believed to be, separate people, and a societal structure of separate individuals, and that each of them have their own birth names and birthrights and certificates of authenticity. These certificates of authenticity are these certificates of birth, and certificates of authenticity of dying and no longer appearing alive. It's considered death, so there's a death certificate. That's the end of that life. It's not ever coming back. That particular life right there was a very unique, specifically unique individual person that lived a life for a particular indeterminate duration. But when that duration was determined, then we needed to find out how and why did that individual person die and pass away. We say pass away because it sounds better than death and dying. And that's the end. This doom and gloom idea of never ever existing ever again. And those ideas are all conjured. Just as it is conjured that a person was born and that a person will die, and that there was a concise beginning and there will be a concise ending, and that's measured in time, in space and time. Everything's measured because everything is believed to be permanent, but only temporarily permanent. It's temporarily permanent, but it has always also been impermanent. And in fact, within the impermanence of that which appears as though it's permanent is both hand in hand as simply appearances. But these appearances have been seized and captured 2 by 4 from about, with, upon, and around that self-conjured conjured self that believes it's living its own life. So whatever it believes, it knows. And whatever it knows, it has known that. It has learned to know what it knows. It has learned it. And as it learned what it knows, what it believes it knows, it's gathered all the knowable knowings of information. And these knowables that are believed to be known are separate knowings of different observance of different things, different people or different individuals, self-conjured conjured selves. They're just appearances of human corporeal body minds. The expressions and the languages, nothing needs to be identified as though it's something, because nothing stands alone. No thing, no separate object, no separate thing stands alone by itself, and it is not permanent. Nothing's impermanent. Everything's impermanent, but it only apparently appears to be permanent. But it's a temporary type of permanence. So, the impermanence is that which appears as though it's permanent, but it's only appearing as impermanence in such a way that there's an indeterminate duration that is going to appear permanent. So therefore, that which is considered permanent is indeed permanent, but only for a temporary, indeterminate duration in space and time. And although it's not of space and time, it is both. It is apparently appearing in space and time, and it's also not of space and time. And the manner by which it's not of space and time is because these are energy fields. And the energy fields are manifestations. The manifestations are those impermanent appearances. They're impermanent because they're energy fields that are radiating emanations of energy that disperse, They gradually appear just as light appears, but there are no parameters, there are no boundaries. It's not contained and stays, nothing stays within space and time for a permanent duration. No, there's not a permanent duration to say this body-mind right here is going to live maybe about 80 or 85 years of duration in space and time. And then once it dies, it will never ever exist anymore. Because that which is appearing as an individual person can only appear for an indeterminate duration. It cannot appear forever. It cannot appear forever in the same manner by which it manifests. Energy fields are part of absolutely everything that appears, and it cycles. It's a cycle of energy. It apparently appears to be as though it's a cycle because of the finiteness of the Absolute. The finiteness of the Absolute appears out of nowhere from nothing, which is infinitudinal complexification. It's infinitudinally so and not so because the infinite contains absolutely everything and nothing simultaneously. That is inseparably so and not so. Absolutely everything that could ever be thought about, conjured, and even that which is unknowable. So it's all of it. It's always included. Nothing is singled out, nothing is left out. Everything's included because everything is the Absolute that's perfect, whole, complete, and already as it is. Already as it will always be, in all ways. Always. In all spaces and times. Always in the sense of space and time. And all ways that everything can appear in space and time. And then the space and time that something's appearing in appears as though it is appearing in separate places or separate coordinates in space and time. But that's only an apparent appearance. It only appears that way because it's just an appearance, but the appearance is taken 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around that which is observing what is appearing. So that which is observing what is appearing takes that as though it has a certain duration of time that it will appear. And therefore when it says something's appearing, it's existing. Especially if it's considered to be a living thing, a living creature, a living embodiment of some type. A living animal, a fish, some type of species. Even in the plant kingdom and all the different kingdoms, the microorganisms that appear as though they're separately alive, and then the various innumerable variations, the innumerable countless of variations, the different appearances of microbial life, and then over to the plant life of infinitudinal complexification, in a sense that all the various types of plants, all the various types of microorganisms cannot be counted. The countenance is immeasurable. And it boggles the mind of a self-conscious self because it needs to know. It has this sense of urgency that it wants, this wanting and fulfillment. It doesn't feel satisfied. It cannot ever feel satisfied because there's too much it sees around itself that it believes it needs to know. It doesn't have to know about everything. It does not have to know about the Absolute because it is already with the Absolute. It requires no explanation. So the beingnessing with the Absolute, that's it. Nothing needs to be done about that. Nothing needs to be known about it. And yet it is going to be discussed because the self-conscious self is never satisfied with what it feels it knows. It will always believe that there's always going to be something else, something new that I can learn to add to my knowledge base. But there's too much. There's way too much. It is too much for just one body-mind to try to handle. The body-mind cannot know absolutely everything that's knowable, because there's also that which is unknowable. Well, and then it questions and then asks, well, can an unknowable cross over into that which is knowable? Perhaps it does. But nobody knows how or why that is. Because nobody is standing alone thinking, okay, I'm ready to know more today, so maybe I haven't read a certain book yet, or maybe there's a certain website I haven't visited yet. And so the seeker, the subconscious self gets into that seeking mode. The seeking mode of looking for more information that it believes it needs to know. It needs to know about more information that I have yet to encounter. Maybe there's something else I have yet to encounter. It's always thinking in terms of, well, I need to learn more of what, based on what I know now, I'm getting by. But I feel I need to know more about absolutely everything that ever existed. And to say that something just existed and that's it is to think in terms of, well, that existed one time, but now it's in the past. It died and it's no longer existing anymore, but I do have memory of it, and I did interact with it. So it's referring to, let's say, what it refers to as family members or close friends that are considered to be somebody else, separate from me and separate from you, or you and I are considered to be separate people, and that you might be a stranger, you might be a friend, you might be a familiar, body, mind, action figure as well, but we don't call each other that. We call each other by names that are believed to be owned. There's ownership that is strongly reinforced. In that sense of separation, in that sense of self-identification, it is thought to be in terms of, I am alive, you are alive. I'm living my own life, you are living your own life. I have thoughts of my very own that are original. You couldn't possibly imagine or think about the thoughts that are in my own mind. No, that's terminal uniqueness. That's only conjured. That idea to think that you have original thoughts of your very own, nobody owns thoughts. They're just simply thoughts. And nobody's living a life of their own. It's just life. And life is just lived through. It's coursing. It's the absolute that is the life that a subconscious self believes it is living. It believes it is living its own life, but it's not. It's not that way. It's just life. And that life is lived through all the appearance of absolutely everything that appears as though it's something. And absolutely everything that appears can appear as anything. And they're just appearances. And they're just temporally temporary. And that has to be good enough. It has to. Because if it's not good enough, then the subconscious self is going to continue. And it'll never stop. It'll continue to believe that it needs to know more, and then it wants to live more life because it believes it's living its own life. No, I don't want to die that soon. I want to live more life. I want to live beyond 70, 80 years. But I would like to live 70, 80 years without the aches and pains and the entropy, without the aging happening. Is there something that I can do to extend my own life? See? And then groups of subconscious get together and they try to figure that out. And they're doing that now. Well, when we say they're doing that now, the ideas are being conjured. And then a technology is thought to be developed. And what many of these subconscious selves that agree in a particular way of a certain idea to extend life, they're coming up with this idea that let's create an android or let's create a robotic simulation of a human corporeal form, but let's create it with materials that outlast this human corporeal biological form. Let's replace that with a body that doesn't entropy so much, something that lasts a very, very long duration of time and then can be maintained and continued, provided that the materials that are being used are maintainable and can pass many, many years of time going by. And so the entropy that apparently appears to be going on or happening is thought to be tampered with. Well, in a sense, it is being tampered with. This tampering of what's thought to be tampering, something that's appearing, is believed that way as well. It's believed that life can be tampered with, or life can be duplicated and extended beyond the range of the entropy that appears. There appears to be some type of diminishment of energy. But the diminishment of energy, how can that be replenished? It is likened to taking a battery cell, and then recharging it. So taking that idea, can we take the human corporeal appearance and recharge that? It is being naturally recharged in a sense every 7 years of a duration of time that apparently appears to go by. It apparently appears that every 7-year increments that a body mind goes through a replenishment of new cells within a 7-year period. But every 7-year period it's cycling that way. Every 7 years, and then 14, and then 21, and then 28, and then 35, and then 42, and then 49, and then 56, and then 63, and of course, and then it's 70, and then 77, and then so on and so forth. Every 7 years. Every 7 years that go by, it kind of loses the integrity of that reviving cycle that goes on. The integrity of the cells, although they're renewed every 7 years, the integrity of them begins to wane a little bit and weather over time, over what apparently appears to be a duration of time. Sequential events. The body-mind action figure tries to figure it out and goes, well, wait a minute. If there's seconds going by, and then they add up to a minute, and then a minute adds up to an hour. If we take 60 minutes, that goes to an hour, and then we take an hour in a 24-hour period. A 24-hour period turns into a day, and then we think in terms of hours and days. A 24-hour period, 48 hours is 2 days, and then we begin to continue to measure. And it all started somehow that way. It all began. It had a beginning. The self-conjured self had a beginning. At some point, it began to conjure the idea that it was separate. Separation started. It had a beginning. But absolutely everything outside of that which is conjured, outside of that which is conjured, is infinitudinally complexified. In other words, it never had a beginning, it will never have an end. That's the absolute. So anything that is expressing as though it is separate from absolutely everything that already is, then that's an identification, that's a recognition that, oh, wait a minute, I'm not separate from everything. I'm not separate from the absolute. I'm with it. I'm with the absolute. I'm mixing with it. I'm coalescing, mixing and blending with the absolute in all spaces and all times. So why am I fretting to try to figure it out? Why do I want to know so badly? It's because it was just a habit. It was. All self-conjured selves are habitual offenders with these habits that, I need to know. I need to know about this, that, or the other. It lives in that sense of duality. It has a dual nature. A self-conjured self believes that it has and is convinced that it has this, that, or the other, but that it needs to own it and take it upon itself. 2 by 4 from, upon, with. 2 by 4 from, upon, about. 2 by 4 from, about, with, and upon itself. All those pronouns are not necessary. Just drop it all, because all of it doesn't matter. Just simply be. And that's not difficult. Already being all the time. Even at the same time that a language is spoken and uttered via what apparently appears to be a single body-mind action figure that's expressing. But that's not even it. That's not what's apparently appearing to happen. Because there's nothing happening by itself. But the body-mind believes otherwise. It only believes in exclusivities and specifics, and it believes in terminal uniqueness. It believes in individuality, and it believes in knowing and doing. It's all about the knowings and doings of activities, of engagements. It believes it needs to be doing something about its beingness, and it never did have to do anything about that. So what it's doing is actually interfering with it. It's covering it up. It's covering up the natural appearances of whatever appears. But it doesn't have to be called anything. It doesn't have to be labeled and named and said, okay, this is what this is, and that is what that is. But this is appearing as though, well, it's going to be a certain degree of what it appears to be, and that over there is appearing just with its own variables, and so we need to figure that out, why that is. We need to observe these and check these and test. We need to experiment with all these things that apparently appear to be independently so. Everything appears to be independently so within the empty fullness of all things. No, that's not necessary, but yet it turns into topics of conversation. The subjectivity of objects and the objectivity of subjects, and objects and subjects, and dual natures of things, and this way and that way, and some other way. Each thing that is seen is separate of its own appearance as it appears. So there are separate things, and then they have parameters, and then they have these borders that we can see, such as a cup. Okay, that cup, it has borders, it has edges, and that's what makes it a separate thing, because it has parameters. And so that's the way it is thought about, and that's what has been learned. 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around the self-conjured self, in agreement that there is really truly a societal structure out there, and that the self-conjured self is involved with it, and it is enjoying and is recognizing it, believes that. It wholeheartedly believes it is economically viable, and that's why it continues to go to work, and that it's going to be rewarded by living comfortably. It has a comfortable shelter. It has the food it needs to eat when it gets hungry. And if it needs to rest, it has somewhere to lay down in a bed within that place that it's paying for. How is it paying for it? Through the economy. What is the economy? Jobs, different skill sets of jobs and things to do. There's everything that supports everything else has to do with what needs to be done. So things that need to be done, they're turned into these engagements and these activities of things that can be done. And it apparently appears to be as though there's things that can be done, and they get done. Apparently appearing to be done. 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around. The self-conjured self that is part of the societal structure, part of society. And it has learned that and is convinced that's the best way to be. That's the way I'm being. I'm being the best way I can be. And the best way I can be is with the societal structure I believe I'm associated with. And so I identify with that. I have learned to identify with that because I went to those institutions. I went to those schools of academia. that I was told to go to. So I followed the rules and regulations. Now what? Well, just maintain that. Is there anything else you have to do beyond that? No. If it's working, fine. It's working. But just also, it is also recognized that it's not always going to work. In other words, whatever is apparently appearing to be happening, it won't always apparently appear to happen in that particular way. That's what's extraordinary. That's the mystery. That's the amazing nature of the Absolute, as it appears as something new every single moment that's referred to as a moment in space and time. As a moment goes by, as a second goes by, it's something different. Again, another new. All of it seems renewed, rebooted, as though there's some kind of heartbeat going on, that the Absolute's heartbeat is change, always constant change, and as though it is moving forward, as though there's this feeling, it can't be put into words, but there's this feeling of movement forward, when there really is no movement anywhere, because the everywhereness doesn't require movement from one coordinate to the other. That's another mystery. How can that be? How can that be so and not so? That's how it's somehow so and not so, whereby the everywhereness of everywhere is not a specific somewhere. Therefore, that's how and why nobody can be existing upon a particular coordinate in space and time and say, well, I am here, and I will always be permanently here because it's permanently so. I am permanently so and permanently here now. Some fixed position. And when it says that, it believes it. And if it believes it, it's going to go along with that way of thinking of permanence. And that I am real. I'm solid. I'm living my life. But I want that to continue. And so I'm going to have to believe that it is possible. I must believe in the possibilities that I will continue to exist. And so it conjures. It conjures these ideas of faith and hope. That, wow, I hope that reincarnation idea that is spoken of, I hope that's true. Because if it is, then it's all right. Then it's okay, then there's nothing to worry about. But what were my worries and concerns about to begin with? I was worried that I would never exist ever again. Perhaps you always have. But no, the self-conjure self believes in this particular way of thinking that, well, wait, I'm thinking a particular way, and I feel a particular way, and that particular way that I feel seems to change. But although it changes, I still feel very similar to the way I felt when I was born. You see, so it's in the thinking. It's in that way of thinking that if I am thinking in terms of the way that I was born and how I feel, and that I've always self-identified with this body that's also changing through time, because there apparently appears to be some type of development that goes on with human corporeal appearances of body minds as they apparently appear to age. This appearance of development, that's the one. That's the one principle of appearing humanly corporeal that is so difficult to explain. Because although there's these changes, biological changes, this idea that I am still the same person I was, but I was just a younger version. It only thinks in terms of young, medium, middle age, and then old. It thinks in terms of that state of being. It believes and thinks in terms of states of beingness. I'm being a certain way. I was being a certain way when I was a young child, a young kid. I didn't know very much. And I still had yet to learn more about what apparently appears to be this life that I'm living. I feel as though I'm living my own life. But is that really, truly what's happening? Well, I just think it does. I think it is. I think that life is happening to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around myself, when that is not the case. Okay, so if that's not the case, then what case is it? It's no cases. No, there are no cases involved. It's just life. And it's just being is seen. But it doesn't have to be a type of being is seen in some particular way. It is already being in all ways that could ever be thought about. It's always, always. Everything's always, always. So if that's the case, is that a case? Is that the case? No, it's not really a case. It's just the way everything apparently appears to be. So and not so. Okay, it appears to be so, but it's not always going to appear so, is it? It doesn't. There's impermanence going on as well. And that going on, the going on of impermanence is change. It apparently appears to be change. How is it changing? See, I need to know how. I need to know how and why. I need to apply meaning, reason, and purpose so I can figure it out and know it. See, that's the subconscious conscious self. Again, knowing and doing. That's what it's all about. To, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around. That which believes it is independent. That which believes it is living its own life separately. But it's not what's happening. That's not it. We're not that. And when we say we in a sense of the human corporeal form that's appearing. All energy fields that are manifesting as human corporeal appearances, that is what's considered we. Us. We, us, the human corporeal appearances of absolutely all human corporeal appearances. That's the we we're referring to. And then there could be other human corporeal appearances that can appear differently upon other Earth-like planets throughout the infinite universe. We can entertain that idea. Sure we can. We can entertain the idea because if there's absolutely everything that could ever appear as something, then the manner by which we appear humanly corporeal upon this Earth-like planet and this particular story of this Earth, there must be other innumerable Earth-like planets that have their own stories as well. So the infinitesimal complexification just boggles the mind, and it just cannot grasp it because it's too much to know. There's too much information that can be knowable. And it cannot be apprehended and taken upon by just one mind, of a one body mind, that apparently appears as though it's one single body mind. But it's not. It's tethered. It's mixing. It's just appearing. It's just like any other appearance of any other living thing. And even the objects can appear as though they're alive, but they're not. But there's energy happening there. How is energy happening? By gazing upon various different objects. Well, the body-mind is considered an object as well. But it's just the appearance that could be called that, but it's not. It's not exclusively anything that's named and labeled and categorized. It's not really that way. It's not any real particular, concise, specific way. It's always always. So all these various descriptions, yeah, it is that and more. And even beyond that as well. So you can continue to describe and descriptions, and just because you're describing about something does not make it permanently so. So leave it alone. Do you have to leave it alone? No, you might not. Maybe you'll still continue to seek because that's what you feel you need to do. See? So if a self-conscious self believes that it needs to be doing something, and it believes it has free will to exercise and do that, well, go ahead and do it then. It's not going to make any difference. It will not make any difference whatsoever. It doesn't really matter, does it? No. No thing matters. And yet any type of activity that a body-mind believes it is engaged in, that activity is all right. It's good enough. And it believes it needs to continue having a certain group of activities. It recognizes and realizes it cannot perform all activities all at once and enjoy them to some degree. Well, there's certain sports that a body-mind can favor being involved with, engaged with, activity of movement, taking the body-mind and moving, exercising its own body-mind. It believes that it just desires to do that. Well, whatever it's doing, whatever it thinks it's doing, whatever it knows, whatever it thinks it knows, that's the way it lives. It exists that way. And it believes in self-identification with itself. And so it will continue to believe that. And any idea outside of that, this idea of non-duality, that everything is tethered, everything is happening but not for any particular person, and that nobody is singled out as a separate, unique, individual entity as that which was taught, 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around a person. No, it's not really that way. It's not that way, or it's not some other way. It's always. There are no single subjects, no single objects. There is no separation. The absolute is not exclusively so, and it is not exclusively not so. It is both so and not so. The absolute is both real and unreal, observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around nobody, for no apparent reason, meaning, and purpose, other than the accord of volition as the absolute appears. So the absolute is an appearance of finiteness. The appearance of finiteness is 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around the absolute's appearance. Of nothing, out of nowhere, from nothing. That is unknowable. It's unobservable. It's unreal. But it also includes that which is observable, that which apparently appears to be real, that which is apparently knowable. And although there are these sounds heard, and although it is cognized and recognized, it is to be informed of information that's in formation. It's always in formation. Something always apparently appears to be in some type of a particular formation, simply because it is thought to be that way. It is thought to be in some particular way, this way, that way, or some other way. All dualities are included with the absolute as that which apparently appears to be so, but is only temporarily so. It is temporarily so because it apparently appears to be that which is observing that which apparently appears to be everything that's appearing, everything that makes an appearance, appears to be filled with things, filled with items, single objects that can be identified. But it is in the interpretation of the observance, the act of observing. And within the act of observing, there's simply observance. But there are no separate observers. So, to think in terms of observing a separate item or separate thing, it's not particularly that way. Because it's also all the other ways as well. So all ways that can be an interpretation, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around somebody, somebody else is going to have their interpretation as well. Now, they don't actually have an interpretation. It's just simply an interpretation. Interpretations are based on what is being observed. So what is being observed in some particular space and time, in some coordinate upon space and time? Well, nothing's really happening of its own correlation. Is there anything going on? Is there anything happening 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around an individual's self-conscious conscious self that's making an appearance as a human corporeal form? That's all they're just simply doing, and that's just being. That's beingness showing up how? As a human corporeal manifestation. Just appearing. And it doesn't have to be calling anything. It doesn't have to be doing anything in particular. It's just appearing. And so what happens? Well, just the natural function. The natural functions of things. That's part of the absolute. The natural functions. Say, look and notice and just simply observe. And you don't have to be saying, well, I'm a separate observer, so what I'm observing is a very unique observance of itself. No. My interpretation of life is considered to be the right one. There must be one particular, concise, specific way that life is appearing. No, you can't even say that, can you? Nobody can. Even when it is stated and said, no, that can't be it. That's not it. It's all the different various ways of interpretations. Always. So whatever way can be conjured, it is that and so much more. And there is just all of these various different interpretations. Look at nature again, to observe nature. Nature's been around for so much time, durations of time that just boggle the minds of a body mind. Billions of years going by, and a body mind cannot fathom. It cannot imagine existing for billions of years. Just a few years and a few decades, and rarely up to becoming a centurion. But how is that more significant? The longer that a body-mind action figure has been appearing, and let's say it's been really aging because it's been around, appearing as that particular same body-mind, that has labeled itself with a birth name, birthright, and it has that birth certificate, and it's going to eventually have that death certificate mean what it does mean, that body mind. Well, when we say it does mean, it means something in particular associated with that particular something that's being the subject of what's discussed. So if there's a subject of discussion, then there's meaning, reason, and purpose behind that discussion. Is there? Does there always need to be? Is it always required that there must be a meaning, reason, and purpose behind any subject that's discussed? Not necessarily. So many ideas, there are innumerable ideas to entertain, innumerable thoughts to entertain. And they can be entertained, but they don't have to matter. to anybody, really. To anybody in particular, they don't. They're just thoughts that are entertained, and that's it. So when a thought's entertained, it is discussed as a subject that can be discussed among body, mind, action figures, various ones. We say various ones because they appear as though there are various ones. But with all those variables, all those different appearances of human corporeal manifestations of energy forms, of local quality of consciousness energy forms, they're so innumerable, so many, and the countenance is immeasurable. And so that apparently appears to be the infinitudinal complexification of all things that are referred to as things. No thing is singled out. Absolutely everything is included. Nothing's left out. And no matter how many labels and how many names and how many categorizations are summoned or are mentioned or drawn forth and discussed and talked about in all these various innumerable ways to express, they're just simply expressions that are going to continue to be expressed. Everything is in complete harmony and immersion, cohesiveness, mixtures, coalescence, constant coalescing of energetic movements that had no beginning and will have no end. The Absolute is the Alpha and Omega of absolutely everything that appears as empty formless. It appears as though it's filled with things to make it appear as though it's full, but it is not making its own appearance. It's just appearances of energetic movements, energy fields. These energy fields out of nowhere, from nothing, appearing as something in one of innumerable forms that can only be stated that it is infinitudinal complexification. The infinitudinal complexification is the appearance of finiteness, appearing as absolutely everything and no thing that is inseparably so and not so. Absolutely everything and no thing, simultaneously, apparently appearing inseparably so and not so. Although there are what are referred to as human corporeal forms, just because a language is spoken of via a human corporeal form does not make that become exclusively so. Although there is the temporal temporariness that can be suspended to be replayed or revisited through capturing points in space and time and then replaying them. That is the apparent appearance of taking time, space and time, recording space and time, revisiting space and time that had once been the present and always has been the present, but it is thought about as though it was in the past. In other words, these video presentations that are recording a moment in space and time or moments in space and time for a particular duration. Let's say that so far this particular presentation is going into 1 hour and 10 minutes as an example. So 1 hour and 10 minutes of moments going by that were measured in space and time is capturing, in a sense, capturing the moments that went by and what was stated in a particular language. And so that's captured and recorded, and it can be replayed. Very similar to memory. Very similar to memory, 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around a particular body mind. So, in a sense, what it's doing, what it believes it is doing in these recordings is capturing a particular recording and certain statements that are stated, and they may have been repetitive, and a lot of times they are repetitive, regarding the message of non-duality, Advaita Vedanta. There's so many words that could be stated, but they could be stated in various ways, using the English language especially, because more than one word can describe something, or describe an idea or a concept, or describe a particular situation, a predicament, a situation, what apparently appears to be an occurrence, or what apparently appears to be an event that's happening. It only apparently appears to be a separate event, but it's not an event that's happening 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around nobody. The body-mind complex, the human corporeal body-mind complex, simply takes that which it believes it is experiencing and takes that as a personal experience. And in the sense of personalization, it personalizes everything that it comes in conscious contact with. It personalizes experiences. It says, I had the experience. It takes upon itself an experience and personalizes those experiences. But those experiences that are thought to be experiences are not experiences at all. They're called experiences because it is believed 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around the self-conjured self that it can have experiences of its own life that is experiencing. Life is not experienced as a personal experience 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around nobody. That's the point. That's one of several points that are mentioned throughout the Gitas and the Upanishads. The Advaita Vedanta is saying it's not separate, it's not separately so. It's not two. There is not two of absolutely anything. There are no two things that are separate from each other. Everything is tethered. Absolutely everything is coalescing. Everything is combined. It's immersed. It's mixing. It's always in the act of mixing and coalescing and blending and cycling, oscillating, energetic movements constantly. Then those energetic movements can also appear as those that stillness, and that there's nothing going on. And that stillness is appearing as though it's stillness is just apparent, and it's just an apparent appearance of stillness. And that which appears as activity or movement is just an apparent appearance of activity and movement. Energetic movements that are radically free. That's how absolutely everything and no thing is inseparably so and not so, because it is radically free to appear as absolutely everything and absolutely anything. Anything can appear. And those appearances, as something appears, is not a separate something that's appearing. It's both an appearance of something, but it's not an appearance of something that's going to be permanently so. It's also appearing permanently so in the sense that, yes, in space and time it's appearing permanently, but it's also impermanent because it will not always appear permanently. It's an indeterminate duration in space and time that it's going to appear. And in that indeterminate sense, and in the indeterminate sense that cannot be predicted or measured, of how long it's going to take to appear permanently, is not that particular way, because it, not just because it cannot be predicted the duration, in a sense, A seer can't say, well, you are going to live this many years and this is how you're going to die in the future. It has yet to happen. Now, is it impossible to predict a future? Well, the idea was conjured that there were seers, such as the famous Nostradamus. But that's a story, isn't it? Of course it's a story. Absolutely everything that's conjured 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around the self-conjured conjured self is a story. Because it's just an interpretation of what it believes it is witnessing. It believes it is witnessing as a separate observer. It is witnessing something happening. There's a separate occurrence, separate happening somewhere on a particular coordinate in space and time. No. There are no separate happenings happening anywhere. They're conjured. The idea of something happening 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around somebody, that's conjured, obviously. But it's not so obvious 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around that particular person is conjuring that idea. See, they're conjuring the idea that they are experiencing life and that life is their personal life and it's exclusive and that I know it. See? It says that to itself. It convinces itself that. And because it's become so tightly wound with its self-identification that it can no longer believe and entertain any idea outside of that. So whenever there's another body-mind action figure that contradicts what it's saying, it's always going to have a debate with it. And it's always going to argue. You say, nah, I know what I'm saying. I know what I know. You can't convince me otherwise. There's no way. I already know what I know, and no matter what you tell me, I'm not going to believe you. See? It gets stubborn. Of course it does. The self-conjured self is so terminally unique and special, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself, that it's not going to budge. It's not going to change the way it's thinking. Because it believes if I'm going to change my way of thinking to cater to your thoughts and your ideas and take your interpretation and what you're translating, what you're interpreting as though that's the way it really is. No, nothing is specifically in a particular way. See, that's it right there. Because it's always. It's not in any particular way. So therefore, nothing is happening 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around nobody. Nothing's happening. They just think it is. So if they just think that something's happening personally to them, and you hear this, it's so common among the self-conjured selves. Within this societal structure, it's believed to be a societal structure. Oh man, I tell you, it's very easy to go along with it. Sure it is. Going along with it anyway. See, that's the paradox. If it's thought to be so, then it is, but it's not permanently so. It's not always going to be that same way. So, the self-conjured self becomes desperate and says, I need to capture these moments of these personal experiences that I'm having. This life that I'm living in my own, I need to capture it so it has the photo album, the family album. Yeah, there's the parents that are taking pictures. Special events, birthdays especially. Oh man, your birthday is very, very special. Of course it has specialty. A body-mind action figure's birth is a very special event, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself. Notice how the birthday and the happy birthday song and the birthday cake and the rituals behind that. Rituals behind these activities that are thought to be very, very special and unique for particular human corporeal forms that are appearing as special people. And they have special names and special positions in the societal structure. Presidents, senators, governors, important people, very well learned people, lawyers, doctors very well learned. How else is the body going to be treated if it has some kind of ailment or condition? It goes to an expert about the body-mind's functioning, and they call it the physician. They call it the general practitioner. They call it the doctor. And then there's the nurse that can also take care of the body-mind just as well, but then there's various specialties. And so these exclusivities are conjured. And yes, they seem and apparently appear to have meaning, reason, and purpose behind each of them. Yes, it apparently appears to be the case. So, but just because it's apparently appearing does not make that insignificant in any way. Neither is it very significant. It's not exclusively significant, but it apparently appears to have meaning, reason, purpose now, doesn't it? But you see, it's everything that apparently appears to happen that does not have meaning, reason, purpose in the sense that absolutely everything is appearing simultaneously as it does. And in that simulation of the simultaneous instances that apparently appear to be combined, whereby everything is and is not, and everything and no thing is inseparably so and not so. So that includes that which is not so or unknowable or unobservable. Unknowable, unreal, unobservable. That is what is not relegated to seemingly being not so. So there's that which is knowable and there's that which is unknowable. But they're not separately knowable and unknowable. They're both knowable and unknowable. Because anything could be knowable and unknowable. Anything could be observable and unobservable in anything because it's with absolutely everything. See? And that which is appearing real, observable in mirrors, and simply witnessed or observed, there's also that which is not. So, that's the paradox. It appears as though it's a paradox, but it's just simply both. Well, it's just simply different ways of saying that. Just because it is said and stated does not make that specifically, significantly so. Because it is also not. So, does it really matter one way or the other now, does it? Just thoughts to happen in the past. Events are apparent to happen within the absolute as everything and no thing apparently appear, both real and unreal, observable and observable, knowable and unknowable, and inseparably so and not so. Therefore, any particular body-mind appearance as a human corporeal form, which is simply a temporally temporary unit of local quality of consciousness energy form. It is referred to as local whenever also mentioning of space and time. Although nothing or no thing, no single object can be discussed as though it is an object singled out and of its own making or of its own appearance, and that it is responsible for its own appearance. There is simply free energy moving about. It somehow apparently appears to organize and appear as though it has a separate appearance as something. And then it is learned 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around the human corporeal form that's referred to as a human corporeal form. The human corporeal form is not truly a human corporeal form just because it is stated that it is a human corporeal form. All language is spoken 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around that which appears as though it's a human corporeal body, mind, action figure is temporarily so. And not for any reason, meaning, and purpose, other than the reasons, meanings, and purposes that are conjured. And the conjuring stems from learning. The learning stems from cognition, consciousness, taking consciousness, and then believing that a body-mind action figure that is born is an exclusively special, unique, separate entity. And that entity has a life of its own to live. It is learned by observing. And in that observing energy, it began to tap in, or it began to take a body and a mind that was believed to be its own, and so easily thought to be so, simply because it had felt as though that was the case. And although it was feeling that way, in agreement with other human corporeal body mind action figures that could be observed 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around a body mind, that began to believe that it was separate, unique, and special because it had been provided with its own birth certificate of authenticity and named, provided a unique, special name, a birth name and a birthright unlike anybody else. But just as the countenance of what appears to be something, the countenance of things, when examined in smaller scales that are referred to as small scales, although none of that matters, there just appears to be a story by which duality arose and created this sense of separation, a sense of self-identification. The conjured self was conjured 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around a body-mind action figure that believed it was singled out 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around all the other body-mind action figures that apparently appear to be separate from itself. So that was learned. That which was conjured was learned. That which was learned was based on what was conjured. And the body-mind that began to observe began to simply be, but as an appearance of a manifestation. It just simply appeared, and then along came a human corporeal body-mind, and then began to label those appearances. So in a sense, labeling appearances was thought to be what was required, or what needed to be considered something that has to be done. In other words, the labeling and the naming and the categorizing. Groups of subconscious conscious selves somehow, at some point, began to keep track and thought that we should be keeping track of body minds that are born. Well, it doesn't go beyond the first birth certificates that were issued, because if births mattered to that degree, why were not cavemen? Well, that's kind of silly to say that, isn't it? The subconscious conscious said, well, that's silly. Why would you say that? The human race had not developed and evolved enough to reach a point where it would have this, or it would possess this idea of sentience. It wouldn't say, well, hey, I can think and I can do things 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around myself. That's what I can do, and I have been doing that. This is what I am doing. And the doings are thought to be happening in time. And that which is happening in time is taken personally. And see how it developed that way. It didn't develop that way on purpose to intentionally throw off or ignore that the absolute is what's behind absolutely everything that's appearing anyway, as though the absolute is the cause of everything that appears. But in a sense, it could be construed and thought about in that way. And this is where the philosophies, this is how and why the philosophies began to be entertained at some point in the story of Earth of the past. So the story of Earth has different interpretations of the past, of what's considered to be the past stories of Earth histories, his stories. Well, she had stories as well. Why don't include her stories too? See, look at the word and break that down. History. His story. Well, yeah, he has stories. She has stories too, so why can't it be called herstory? It could be history and herstory. Should be both. Why leave out the female principle? Or the female appearances? Or the feminine? It's the feminine appearances. What does femininity represent? Birth. It represents life, renewal of life, and beatitudes, beauty, that which is considered to appear beautiful or pleasing to the eye. That's femininity. So there's herstory. Then there are those liberated body, mind, action figures that are so strongly immersed in this idea of liberating the female appearances of the female gender or the female human corporeal form. So then there's that goes off in that tangent as well, and it could, because the ideas could be entertained. Well, why is it always about his story when it could be construed her story that's been going on the planet? And the planet itself could be considered a female energy, a feminine energy, because it's life-giving. And what gives life? Well, giving life in the sense that there's birth, and that the female body, mind, action figure has a womb, and that the natural birthing process happens that way to perpetuate the appearance of the human corporeal form. So it could be stated that way. It doesn't have to always be history, about his story. And that the earth doesn't have to be considered, well, that's a male earth. So that's why there's his story, history. Well, it could also be considered herstory, or Gaia. Gaia is like a female name. Terra is like a female name. And when it was considered to be construed as a male, a more masculine form of a planetary body, then it was referred to as Marduk. And then there's that version of history. Well, there's history and herstory. So just because a body mind expresses that way, does that mean that, okay, let's change history to herstory? See, that's just a perspective. That's an interpretation. Another version of a story of Earth. The Earth that is considered to be a planet, astronomically speaking. Astronomy wasn't always known as astronomy. It was once construed as astrology. And astrology, as far as that which was conjured, going as far back as that which was conjured, as the story of Earth. Astrology pertained to signs and patternings and associations of various appearances of body minds and various appearances of animals and representations of animals. So what appeared to have happened in one version of the history or history and herstory of the Earth, of the planet, is that constellations were called constellations. The constellations would be combinations of points of light in space. Those points of light in space considered to be suns, and around those suns there might be planets, but that wasn't really known, or that was not considered knowable until astronomy came along as more time had passed by. So with the apparent appearance of time passing by gives the impression that there's a future coming along and that we're living in modern times. These modern times are considered modern in the sense that technologies were conjured and inventions were conjured and certain things were put together in a special way, and that now with these technologies and communication, whereby communication has been boosted, and boosted in a sense whereby the sense of aloneness and separation has been replaced with this feeling of being part of the societal structure that appears more real. It's appearing more real, the realness of what apparently appears to be real, when the societal structure can be just called that, but it cannot be demonstrated or seen until something such as the internet comes about, and as it has. Now the internet could be a reflection of the societal structure. So society, as more body-mind action figures that apparently appear to be additional new body minds that are getting aboard or interacting or engaging in what's referred to as social media. Social in the sense that the societal structure has a sociological impact on the group of all human corporeal appearances of body minds that are on that grid. And the manner by which they are on that grid is that they pay taxes. And not only pay taxes, they pay taxes for the services that are rendered in their communities that they are apparently appearing to live upon, or the environments or the general areas, the localities. So the various localities have certain taxation processes that go on, and certain amounts of taxes depending upon the amount of schools that are nearby or facilities. And so the taxes pay for these services that are rendered. And the parks and recreation for the upkeep of the roads, and then maintaining academic institutions, academia. And then, of course, there's also the healthcare systems. And so all of these systems and institutions, these organizations and corporations, they're associated with some aspect of the societal structure to keep it operating as a whole. That is to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around all human corporeal body mind action figures that are registered, and registered in the sense that they are on the grid with various forms of identification. Identification such as driver's licenses, identification cards, the birth certificate, the passport, if they're from another part of the earth, let's say on the planet, some other part geographically speaking, of course. And that's not to say that there's focus on the separation of that there's a here and a there. It's just identification. So a self can identify with itself because it believes it is a self, and it conjures the idea that it's a separate self, but it's not. There's just simply the appearance of a self. And to say that there's no self is the same as saying it is and is not. It's the same as saying it is not. So everything is and is not. Or is it separately so and not so? So there's the self, and then there's the appearance as though there are separate selves. But identifying with that separation is not exclusively that way in that separation. In other words, to separately appear as though there's a separate human corporeal body, mind, action figure, a separate local quality of consciousness energy form that happens to be humanly corporeal, is not existing of its own accord, volition, free will, and choice. It is simply part of absolutely everything. It is immersed. It is mixed. It's mixing. It's a mixture. It's mixing, but it's not a final mixture. It's not a finality whereby it's finally whole, complete, and perfect, and because it became that way. It was developing. It was going to reach a point of where it would become complete. But then the completion is going to revert back to incompletion, because it cannot remain complete in a sense that it's permanent. So nothing is complete of its own accord and volition, because it's not including everything else. So everything else is considered absolutely everything, and no thing stands alone separately is inseparably so and not so, simultaneously both real and unreal, observable and observable, knowable and unknowable, for no particular reason, meaning, purpose, but for all meanings, reasons, and purposes, because it is always. So any meaning, reason, purpose that can be conjured, it is that and more. It is even that which cannot be known. A meaning, reason, purpose is unknowable. But all reasons, meaning, purpose, everything's included. Nothing is singled out, nothing is left out. There's no particular meaning, reason, and purpose, but it is all about all meanings and reasons and purposes. So everybody's included, nobody is excluded. Every single body, mind, action figure that's ever appeared is included. But that body, mind, action figure that once appeared will eventually disappear, and that's the impermanence of the temporal temporariness of what apparently appears to be a situation, and one interpretation of the story of Earth and the story of a human corporeal body mind. There's one story there. The story ends, and then another story begins. And on and on and on that way, because the story never really started. This once upon a time, once upon what time? See? It can be broken down, and then it can be recognized. Oh, okay, so the story that began was just a conjured story. To say that once upon a time, there was a body mind that was born. Then it was given a name, and that was its beginning. It was given a name, a birth name and a birthright, and then it traced it back to a family tree, and then it got to a point where it could no longer be traced back. So what was the purpose of tracing the ancestral tree in the first place? Because it will eventually reach a point and say, well, the cradle of civilization is in Africa. Okay. If that is believed to be the case, how does that matter and pertain to anything that matters to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around a particular person? Does it matter that the cradle of civilization began in Africa? Does that matter? Let me refer to Lucy, one of the very first human beings that began to appear as though it had some degree of sentience that it could have because of the anthropological finds. See, and then that's anthropomorphizing the human experience. And the human experience is considered singled out, separate, and to say that there's a human experience is to say that, oh, well, that's how special the human corporeal form is. So the life that is appearing to be led 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around a particular human corporeal body mind action figure, or groups of human corporeal body mind action figures. And that the idea that there's special significance behind that is not so. It is not especially more unique than other life forms on the planet. To say that the human corporeal appearance of body mind action figures is more significant than the animals or any other species like the canines or the felines, the cats, and all these other life forms as well, and then the aquatic ones. Then the aquatic life forms in its infinitudinal complexification, whereby referring to the innumerable countenance that's immeasurable behind the aquatic life, and so many species that just can no longer be kept track of. So why bother in the first place? But see, it was an attempt. It was an attempt, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around the conjured self, and then the conjured selves that got together, to group together to say, look, this is how it appears to be. Do you agree it's this way? If you do, then join us. So that's kind of how the groups gather together into groups. Tribes. Tribes that are thought to be exclusive tribes. Certain tribes that were exclusive from other tribes. 2x4 from, upon, with, 2x4 from, with, upon, and around. 2x4 from, upon, no, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around. Certain types of tribes. So if a tribe, such as an example of the Native American tribes, they have particular names for each tribe based on how they appeared, or the manner by which they not only appeared, but the actions they took. Apache, Comanche, Mohawk, Hopi, Anasazi, all the different Native American tribes. They were identified as such upon certain geographical areas, but that passed as well. So that was a version. That was a version of the story of Earth, whereby there were certain types of appearances of body mind action figures, and then they were grouped together, and then they were identified and categorized. See, everything was categorized. So that which is considered the history of Earth, the history and herstory. I'm going to include herstory too, because that should not be excluded. Everything's included. There's nothing singled out. You can't just single out all the males of the human race and say there's history of the Earth. It's his story. It's all about the Earth with its his story, because it's all about the males, and that the Earth is a male. No. It's not predominant male energy. The Earth could be considered also a feminine energy as well. So you can't go all out. It's both. It's male and female. It's both. Nothing is excluded. Nothing's singled out. Nothing's left out. Everything's included. Absolutely everything's included. So it's everything and no thing singled out, and separately so and not so. Ad infinitum. Appearances that appeared to be separate things began to be considered objects that were subjectified. And then the subjects that were discussed were associated with the objects that were seen. And the objects that were seen were simply based on the observing body-mind action figures. But the observing body-mind action figures, the energetic movement of observing, the activity of observing, is what that body-mind action figure is what that is seen from. In other words, whatever whatever can be perceived is not what's perceiving. Therefore, whatever can be seen is not what is seen. That which is seeing or observing is an energetic field as an energetic field of an energy field. It's an energy field that manifests as an appearance of something. It's just an appearance, it's just a manifestation. It's just as light appears, and light appearing with variables of intensities. There are varying intensities of light emanations. Just as an example, a crude example with a light bulb. Their radiance, the lumens, the brightness that is thought to be and agreed upon that it can be measured. The measurements used in space and time are using time to measure moments of time passing by, and also utilizing what's referred to as mathematics with numbers, and that everything that appears has a numerical value. And this is where the idea of the holographic universe steps in or comes into play, and it has been conjured as well. So there are innumerable self-conjured selves that have published books, literature, that is associated with a particular body mind, a particular birth name and birthright, that has taken ownership of a particular idea and published a book about it. In other words, the body mind action figure that is accompanied by a self-conjured conscious self that believes it is separate from everybody and everything else, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself, it has conjured this self-identification of itself. Or in other words, it believes in originality. It has taken an original idea and calls it original idea because it was conjured within the mind of a body-mind action figure that's associated with a particular birth name and birthright. That particular birth name and birthright has its signature on its books, or it has its own ISBN number associated with that particular book that it published. The publisher of a book is associated with the birth name and birthright of a particular body-mind action figure. And that particular body-mind action figure took an interpretation of a subject and then claimed it as its own. So that, too, in the societal structure has reinforced the idea of separation, the idea of terminal uniqueness, the idea of a separate individual body-mind action figure that lives a life of its own. Notice the obviousness of the separation in that. The self-identification with a particular body-mind action figure that has a particular birth name and birthright, and scored a particular score and acquired a particular degree, a master degree in some particular field of study, and that degree of information, and however scholarly that particular body-mind action figure was, did not make that particular human corporeal body-mind more significant or better than any other body-mind action figure. But it is believed to be in this way, whereby the degree of knowledge acquired And the amount of a knowledge base that a body-mind possesses and claims to possess, and then it can regurgitate that, and then be tested on the material of what it is being tested to know. And if it can repeat what it knows by remembering, and if it's really good at that, then if it's better, then it becomes part of a group, a very special group of body, mind, action figures that have that particular ability that's referred to as an ability. Abilities. 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around a self-conjured, conjured self, a body, mind, action figure, seems to hold great importance within the societal structure, because it is showing and demonstrating an ability that is not so common throughout the entire societal structure. In other words, there are various degrees or various levels of, let's say, intellectual adroitness or intelligent quotients, IQ, degree of a knowledge base that's so great, so vast, that it contains lots of information that is accessed because it has this knowledge base and this ability to remember and recollect, to collect the data, remember it, or recollect it in such a way that not just any particular body, mind, action figure has that particular ability. It just simply developed it. Just because it developed a particular ability does not make that more special than any other body, mind, action figure. It only apparently appears to be so, yes. Apparently appears to be the case. So if in agreement among those that are intellectually adroit in academia, they decide to make these decisions. These decisions that are made are based on the positions that they believe that they have achieved. The achievements of those positions in academia give them the right to say it is this particular way with these particular body, mind, action figures that have proven, that they can recollect what they have learned. And they have proven that they can come up with ideas that nobody else has come up with. And equations, for example, E equals mc squared, with the birth name and birthright of Albert Einstein, as another example. Nikola Tesla, Oppenheimer. These birth names and birthrights of significance within the societal structure, within a particular interpretation of the story of Earth. Does that particular one that's brought forth, and then these names that are given, and in that, and in the names that are given, and what is being described, is there great significance there? Is that significantly important? Does that really matter? Well, in society, there's certain academic features or accomplishments and achievements, academic achievements that have been deemed academic achievements to some degree. And so deeming them to be significant and to some degree and matter, such as another one with Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking's coming up with ideas that nobody else has come up with. And just because no other body, mind, action figure had come up with certain ideas, there's significance behind that. And does it really matter? Does the information that's been amassed, and just because a body, mind, action figure happens to be so significantly intellectually adroit and can recollect information and process that information so quickly and efficiently, or a mathematical genius, a so-called mathematical genius, who come up with so many different equations on a chalkboard and say, look at the mind of this particular body mind and how extensive it is in its knowledge, with its knowledge base. Knowledge isn't the end all and know all. It's not the greatest achievement that could ever be achieved or sought to become an achievement. What is an achievement? An achievement is something that was done. An achievement is an activity that is excessively unique or special in some way. And so it is thought to be contributing to the societal structure as a whole if it can come up with an invention or an improvement on an existing invention. An invention that can help extend life as one of these types of inventions, getting back to the androids and the creation of a body, and then taking the mind and all of the data in a mind and then uploading it to a psychotronic mind or a cyborg or a type of or a robot or an android. Would that also cause somehow a transference of all the personality traits that are thought to be comprised of a single body-mind action figure that's significant in some particular way? See, it believes in that particular significance, but it's only thought that way. It only thinks in terms of terminal uniqueness. It only thinks in terms of specialty that's singled out. That there's one very special person there and another one over there. And here's a special person, and then there's another one in some other different place in space and time. So it conjures up these ideas of separateness, of separation, and that each of these separate body-mind action figures that are appearing in separate places, that are thought to be separate coordinates over there, when there's just simply every-awareness. And that which is learned is simply something that's knowable. So it conjures up the idea, well, I could take more knowables than you can, and I can hold them in my mind, and I can contain those thoughts in greater numbers than you can. I can retain information, also retain it at a quicker pace than you can. So that makes me more special than you, or more special than that other person that's incapable of doing that, or doesn't have the capacity. They don't have the capacity because they haven't applied themselves. See, so it thinks in terms of application as well. Has that body-mind applied itself in the particular field of study that it is engaged upon? Some particular studies, such as mathematics or astrophysics, coming up with formulas nobody else has, or theories, string theory, all these other theories. See, that's all emphasizing the importance of knowing, knowledge. Because if you don't know about anything, then there's no significance behind what you claim to know. So these claims, claim 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around the self-conscious conscious self, it is so strongly and deeply entrenched in claiming, in what it knows and what it does, in the knowings and the doings. Apparently appear to really matter. They matter most. 2x4 from, upon, with, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around a subconscious conscious self that believes it is special in some way, to some degree. And so these specialties are found within the societal structure, and the evidence of that is based on what is done, what is being done, what a body-mind action figure is doing, or what they're capable of, the capacity of what they're capable of doing and knowing, especially what they're knowing. That's one of the main factors that those that are intellectually adroit and are in these high positions of academia, whereby they could be deans of colleges and universities, that are managing the teachers and the academia, and being sure that the teachers are being as efficient as possible, and the efficiency is being proficient in the study of a particular subject of study, of some specialty, of some kind of study like psychology or geology or history or any other subject that happens to be a particular field of study, mathematics. There are various fields. And so finding significance in the knowing and with academia seems to be one of the primary factors of the importance behind the body-mind action figure within the societal structure. And then that makes that particular body-mind action figure that is more intellectually adroit than the average. There's importance there, and then there's importance in its economic viability as well. It increases. And so, depending upon the field of study, it can earn. Its earning power, its ability to earn money increases the greater the greater complexity behind the field of study that it's engaged upon, such as with engineers and lawyers and doctors, physicians of certain positions of certain what has been deemed very given very high academic status and importance in the societal structure as a whole. Of course, a physician, a doctor, is going to be far more useful and valuable than, let's say, a bricklayer or a body-mind action figure is just engaged in a laborious job of some type. He's a carpenter or he's a bricklayer, and then you have an engineer or a doctor. So the doctor and the engineer, of course, is going to apparently appear to be more significant and useful than the bricklayer or the electrician or the plumber. Yeah, the specialty fields of study, they're very good at what they do. That's fine. Leave it there, but it doesn't make them any better or worse than anybody else in some particular way, because they're just simply appearances. A body-mind action figure is engaged in various activities, and some are a little bit better than others, and there's always going to be somebody better than somebody else. And throughout the great countenance of action figures and body minds. And so, is that what really matters? No. Is academia that important? 2x4 from, upon, with, about, and around that which is considered human? No, that doesn't really matter. Nothing really matters, but that which apparently appears to matter doesn't necessarily matter to everybody, because that which is thought to matter never really mattered in the first place. So nothing matters. Nothing has ever mattered. The matter by which anything is taken to matter doesn't really matter. It never has. So the significance of a self-conjured self never mattered as well. The significance of an individual person, an individual entity that's construed as a self-conjured self, it never really mattered. And so there's a conundrum, there's a paradox. Does anything really have to matter, or does anything matter 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around an individual self-conjured self? Sure, there's a lot of things that matter 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around somebody. Oh yeah, there's some significance there, because somebody's living a particular type of life. They have a certain type of lifestyle they're existing with. And so they believe that. Especially if they were told by the parents or adults when they were younger. You're a prodigal child, son, or prodigal child, daughter. The abilities that you're capable of, the abilities that you possess, of memory, of remembering things and knowing things and doing so well in school, you surpass these lower grades. You shouldn't be in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th grade level just because you're a certain age, just because you're 6 years old. Well, if you're 4, 5, or 6 years old, you should be right there, even keel, on a level of academic proficiency in a certain grade level. But if you excel and you're greater than that, that could cause envy among peers. And they could accidentally be harmed. You don't want that. Nobody wants to see that. If anybody really cares about other, and especially humanitarian, then they're going to express it that way, and always look out for the bully that's picking on other people, because that's not fairness, is it? It's not being treated fairly. And what's treating somebody else fairly? Oh, it's kind of obvious. Causing no harm to someone else, being nice and courteous and holding the door open for someone, or providing some type of service, getting a meal to a homeless person, being sure that they have something to eat. But then, where is the line drawn, though? You could have somebody decorating bricks and making them very colorful on purpose so that they can have donations dropped into their container or bowl. Special is unique, it's singled out. But then in the learning of taking that which was conjured to be true or false, to be dual in nature, a natural duality of expression that the self-conjured self expresses, and expresses that way via the learning. And the learning began in a particular measured duration of time. Then it began to learn and surmise and believe in that which was agreed upon. Everything that was observed was examined, it was identified and categorized in various languages. And in that learning, it began to seemingly create separation. When there never was separation, there never will be separation. There still is not any separation. There never was. It was already not separated. In other words, everything was already inseparable prior to any particular body, mind, action figure that began to conjure up the idea that it was terminally unique, was special, singled out, separate from everybody and everything else. It was already as it's always been. The absolute had always been absolutely everything all along. And it was not the case whereby a newborn was an addition. It was an additional person, an extra person where the numbers would increase. There are no increases or decreases of any numerical values whatsoever. The numerical values that were placed upon some point in space and time and then called that has nothing to do with the absolute. The absolute has nothing to do with anybody. It's not about anybody. It's not to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around nobody. There's apparent appearance of bodies, indeed, but that mistake, that there's this apparent appearance of bodies, the mistake is that each of those appearances of bodies, of human corporeal forms, of local units of quality of consciousness, energy forms, and they're just simply energy forms of that particular frequency, and then it happens to be referred to as a human corporeal form. It's just called that in the English language, and in other languages it's called something else. And when it's called out and called, what is calling that which is apparently appearing as something? And then it calls that something and gives it a label and a name. What is doing that? The subconscious conscious self believes it's doing that. And then it believes, everything that it believes it believes it is learned. And everything that was learned was taught. It was either self-taught or was taught to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around somebody else. And that somebody else was considered to be somebody that had access to information that began to become in formation. When it wasn't even in formation to begin with, it began to form as information. It began to form as information within the act of learning. And the act of learning was thought to be conjured. So that which was taught and that which was learned is considered conjured. That which is apparently appearing to be conjured is the apparent appearance of everything. And the apparent appearance of everything can be anything that can be referred to as something. And that something is referred to within a reference of something. That referred reference is an identification 2 by 4 from, upon, with, upon, 2 by 4 with, upon, and around. 2 by 4 from, 2 by 4 from, upon, no, 2 by 4 from, about, with, and upon that which believes it must know. 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself. That which it believes it knows, it is learned. That which it has learned was taught via its own ability that it believes it had all along. It believes it had this ability to know and learn. So if it had this ability, it took it upon itself. It conjured the idea that it was self-sufficient, self-regulating, self-managing. It could self-manage itself. It could take care of itself. It has a free will. It has a free will, accord, volition of its very own. It has its own life to live. That life it is living is its own. It was granted it. Some human corporeal bodies have conjured the idea, the self-conjured idea that life is granted 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself. And then it began to call that life force a deity of some type. It deified it. It didn't know what else to do, but then there were groups of subconscious conscious selves that began to stray because that was the common theme of the subconscious conscious self body-mind action figure. The body-mind action figure in its innocence did not have any knowing, did not believe it had to do anything. It was simply being. It was being what? It was being human. And what can be spiritual? Well, it's both human and spiritual. But then there are those groups of human corporeal body mind action figures that say no. It's one way or the other. We are spiritual beings having human experiences, or we are human beings having spiritual experiences. It is both. And much more than that. It's always. It's everything else included. So, any way that could be conjured via a self-conjured conjured self that believes it's conjuring 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself is not. It's only thought to be that way. Just because it believes and thinks it has self-convinced itself to believe that it's separate from everybody and everything else does not make that exclusively so. Because it is not. Nothing is singled out. Nothing. No single thing that apparently appears to be a single thing is ever singled out. It's not singled out. And we say ever as in space and time. Space and time is conjured. Sure, it's conjured so that it apparently appears as though something's happening. Nothing's happening. Everything's apparently appearing to be happening. But there are no single happenings. It apparently appears as though there's a single happening, 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around the subconscious conscious self. feels terminally unique. It feels special. It believes and feels that it is living its own life. It's separate from everybody and everything else. It self-identifies with that belief and that idea of separation and terminal uniqueness and individuality, and so it focuses on that. It focuses on individuality. Now, it entertains the idea of a past. I lived in the past as a younger version of myself. See? 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself. It entertains every single idea that supports separation. Every single idea that supports terminal uniqueness. Every single idea that supports that I am somebody who matters. I am a whom because I have my own birth certificate that says I have a name there. That's my name. It's my birthright. I have family. I could take the family tree, the ancestral tree, and I could trace back other family members, grandparents, and so on and so forth. There is how I trace my family lineage. Very, very strong, convincing beliefs right there. Those were the ones that were reinforced. And then they were taken aboard the mind of a body mind that was just simply appearing. Just as all other body minds of other life forms that are referred to as life forms, such as various species that are labeled and categorized, various species of animals that are referred to as animals that appear to have less capabilities of mental faculties, but just because they lack in mental faculties does not make them less of a living thing that matters. Everything that apparently appears to appear matters equally. Matters and does not matter. It matters temporarily mattering as appearances that matter. But the mattering of the matter is temporary. It's not permanent matter. As though there's matter that's always going to appear as matter. All the matter that appears as matter appears as various frequencies of resonance as the manifestation of matter. Manifestations of matter are manifestations 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around. Innumerable energy fields. And there are innumerable energy fields. That is what infinitudinal complexification is all 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around the absolute that appears as absolutely everything. So, there is this reference with the Neo-Advaitin, the so-called Neo-Advaitin, the Neo-Advaitin that speaks of Advaita Vedanta in these so-called modern times. And the modern times are referred to because it is thought to be a number of years, a number of decades now that it's futuristic. The futuristic element is technology. Technology that did not always apparently appear to be part of a story of Earth. There are innumerable stories of Earth, just as there are innumerable body-mind action figures to tell stories. And the infinitudinal complexification is so vast, and the countenance immeasurable and so great, that it's impossible for any one body-mind action figure to know all there is to know, because there's also that which is unknowable. That which is knowable is still never apprehended as everything that's knowable, gathered and collected and placed within the memory of a body-mind action figure, within the mind of a body-mind. It appears to be a single body-mind. But there is the paradox, there's the conundrum, whereby it's referred to as a conundrum, appears as a paradox, that there's a body-mind action figure that knows. It believes it knows because it can think about, 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself. And since it can do that, it believes it's doing it. It believes it's doing it because it is accessing information to know that. And since it's accessing information to know something, then that means that it is its own mind that is doing that. It is thinking. It has the ability to think and process information. It believes it's doing that. It's conjuring up the idea, oh, wait a minute, I'm thinking about a certain thought, so therefore that must be my thought, because it's thought about in my own mind. A thought is thought about and taken within, 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around. The self-conscious self that believes it has a mind of its own. It's just a mind. But the self-identification of a mind and a body set in because it believes it has learned that. And what it has believed to learn, it knows. It calls it a knowing. It calls it a knowledge base. It's something that it believes it knows of its own accord and volition. And it believes it knows it in a particular way. It interprets that which it believes it knows. It doesn't know absolutely anything. Everything that it thinks it knows doesn't matter. It never did matter. Because it is not a single entity that matters in the first place. All of it was conjured. Absolutely all of that was conjured. But then again, it's not right or wrong that it was conjured. It was simply conjured because absolutely everything that appears, which includes what is referred to as a human corporeal body, mind, action figure, is already coalescing, it's already mixing, it's already immersed. It's just a constant energetic movement of appearances, disappearances, and reappearances of energy forms that are appearing as energy forms, of innumerable countenance, innumerable frequencies, a frequency range of innumerable resonances and frequencies. And then there are innumerable wavelengths. There are innumerable stories of Earth to tell. There are innumerable body, mind, action figures appearing with their own stories to tell, as though they have their own stories to tell. They think they have their own stories to tell because they think that way. They think in some particular way that they can tell a story. 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around their own life. The self-conscious conscious self. The conscious self has a life of its own to live. It believes it always has. Yeah, I have my life to live, and would you like to hear my story? Well, I could write an autobiography. I could write a book about my own life very easily. I could share that. And that matters, 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around me and my family. If I shared it with a family member might remember about my story that I told them about once, but I can't tell anybody else every single thing about my story, 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around my story, because there's too much information to share. Well, how did that happen? That apparently appears to be something that everybody shares. Everybody, mind, action figure seems to share that. Share what? Share a reality. A reality in which a story can be told. A reality in which there's a threefold principle of a past, there is a present of now, what's going on right now, and then what has yet to occur and happen in the future. But that's the way that a body, mind, action figure thinks. It thinks in terms of its own past, its own presence, and its own future. It separates that into 3 sections. And then it categorizes, it correlates. Well, wait a minute, that was something that happened to me the other day, yesterday, or there was a major event that I can recall. And usually the body, mind, action figure would say that an accident had a great impact on itself. Or it came close to the brink of dying. And it may have had a very high temperature in its body. And it was running a fever. And almost passed away, and almost died. And then these ideas of passing away and dying, it's because of the learning that has been held 2 by 4 from, to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around that which believes it has learned all about itself and the world out there. And that the world out there is a shared reality. And that I'm here, and then out there are all these other human corporeal body minds that have their own unique stories to tell because they've been living their own unique lives. Each of those other people are living a very unique life of their own. And then they have a birth name and birthright of their own. They have a family lineage of their own. And it can be proven by taking the subjects of these objects. And these objects are human corporeal body minds because we have learned to agree upon that in some particular language. We have agreed upon all of this that's been conjured. The conjured self has conjured everything that it believes it knows, and then it's turned it into some kind of learning, and then it's taught to the next generation that comes along that's referred to as the next generation within a societal structure.
Okay, so maybe we just start.
On peut commencer.
Bonjour. Maybe some, in the beginning, a short organizational information.
Juste des infos d'organisation.
We plan to have a break at 4 for half an hour.
On fait une pause d'une demi-heure à 4 heures.
And then have the second part half an hour longer, until 5:30. I hope that's fine for everyone.
Et la deuxième partie finira une demi-heure plus tard, à 5h30.
But of course, who needs to go is, of course,
Mais si vous avez besoin de partir, il n'y a pas de souci.
free to go. We don't lock the doors.
On ne ferme pas les portes.
And exactly what will happen today?
Donc ce qui va se passer aujourd'hui,
I will give a short introduction,
je vais faire une courte introduction.
and then there can be questions about that. We can have a discussion about that.
Après, il peut y avoir des questions là-dessus, une discussion là-dessus.
And if no one comes up with something, it can also be silent.
Et si personne n'a des choses à dire, ça peut être aussi silencieux.
So we can talk, but we don't have to.
Donc on peut parler, mais c'est pas obligé.
Because basically one could say that there is nothing to gain.
Parce qu'en gros, on pourrait dire qu'il n'y a rien à obtenir.
This meeting, so to speak, or this apparent meeting, doesn't happen for anything.
Ce meeting ou ce meeting apparent se produit pas pour quoi que ce soit.
There is no sense in that.
Il n'y a pas de sens dans ça.
Because what apparently happens,
Parce que ce qui se produit apparemment,
is all there is, and it's naturally whole and complete.
est tout ce qu'il y a, et c'est naturellement entier et complet.
There is no possibility to make this more whole than it already is.
Il n'y a pas de possibilité de rendre ça plus entier que ce que c'est déjà.
There is no additional realization to what happens.
Il n'y a pas de réalisation additionnelle à ce qui se produit.
Those ideas or this assumption that there is something to get here or in life or anywhere
Ces idées ou cette supposition qu'il y a quelque chose à obtenir ici, ou dans la vie, ou que ce soit,
is part of a dream.
fait partie d'un rêve.
And the dream, as we talk about it today, the dream would be
Le rêve, ce serait
the dream would be the experience to be something that's separate.
Et le rêve serait l'expérience d'être quelque chose qui est séparé.
And this would be the dream set up, so to speak. Or in the dream set up, there is something which I am, and there are a lot of things which I'm not.
Donc ça, c'est la structure du rêve. La structure du rêve, c'est qu'il y a quelque chose que je suis, et il y a beaucoup de choses que je ne suis pas.
So normally it's I'm a person, which is me, and I'm not the room, for example.
Normalement, c'est je suis une personne qui est moi, et je ne suis pas la pièce, par exemple.
I'm a human being, and there are chairs and other people, other human beings.
Je suis un être humain, et il y a des chaises, et d'autres gens, d'autres êtres humains.
In spirituality, this may be I'm awareness and aware of an appearance or something.
En spiritualité, ça peut être je suis conscience et je suis conscient d'autre chose, par exemple.
Or I'm consciousness in space, for example.
Ou je suis conscience dans l'espace, par exemple.
All of that would be the dream. All of that would be a separate experience, an experience of separation.
Tout ça, ça serait le rêve, ça serait une expérience séparée, une expérience.
And so the appearances of everything is considered to be an experience that somebody is having. That life is being experienced 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around me and you. And we are separate people in a shared reality. And that my life matters to me because I have a responsibility 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around my life. And I've learned that. And I believe it because I learned it. No. It's just something that's convinced. Something convinces itself, and that something is a conjured self. The self's not really a self of any kind, really. It doesn't exist of its own volition. It thinks it does. It thinks it exists of its own accord and volition. It believes it is separately so. It believes it is permanently so. But in the permanence that it believes that it is so, is in the feeling of being somebody. It could feel, it could sense, it could hear, it could see, and it believes that the seeing is done by me. I'm seeing. So I'm doing the seeing. And I'm doing the hearing. I can hear. No, there's just hearing. But I'm doing the seeing. No. There is the facilitation of sight 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around a body mind. It is the energetic movement that's behind that which is facilitating sight. So there's the body mind seeing, but the energy that's not facilitating the sight, but that which is seeing for the body mind action figure is what we are. We are the energy field that is providing that body mind that we apparently appear to be tethered to, somehow seemingly connected with it. And throughout that body mind's life is based on the aliveness or the energetic movement, the enlivening principle, or the alivenessing, the enlivening alivenessing of beingnessing, the energetic movement, the principle of aliveness, or the energy field that is emanating outward, an outward manifestation. That manifestation has been labeled and named and categorized as human. And so it has become common knowledge. But it's common knowledge among those that take themselves to be a person. So the conjured self, the self-conjured conjured self, conjures the idea via the mind of a body mind. And that is conjured. There is consciousness, and the consciousness that's thought about is apprehended 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around the body mind that has this ability to entertain thoughts. And so it believes it not only has its own ability to entertain thoughts, it believes it's independently doing that. It is thinking of its own accord and volition. It's processing its own thoughts. But the thoughts are not owned by any body. Thoughts are not owned by any one body. Thoughts can be shared. Thoughts can be discussed. Thoughts can be transmitted and received. There could be transference of thoughts and ideas, and then the ideas are provided feedback by 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around a body-mind action figure. It's just a body-mind, and it has functions. There is just seeing, hearing, tasting, touching, smelling. Just the 5 gates, 5 senses of a body-mind. Other body-minds have more than 5 gates or 5 senses. There are other types of senses. Some have more limbs, extra arms, extra legs, extra limbs, extra eyes. But it doesn't matter the appearance of a particular living thing that is referred to as a living thing. See, these stories that we tell, 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around each other, we share stories. We share perspectives. And that which we see, we share what we see. Do you see what I see? Well, you probably do, but you most likely see through eyes that you believe are your own. And so if you believe that, then everything that is entertained by that particular mind that you believe you're part of, and that you are the one that facilitates and decides and makes the decisions to entertain a thought, it is seemingly as though that there is this horse in front, as a euphemism. There's a horse, and that we, as an energy field, are holding the reins, and then we're kind of guiding the horse around. Well, the body-mind action figure can be construed as the horse that's in front of the cart. The cart is this sense of presence, this sense of feeling as though I feel as though I'm in this body. This body feels as though it is with me and I'm with it. But I'm not a separate me, because I see other me's, so to speak. I see other body minds around me, so they must be feeling similarly, in a similar way as I'm feeling. But these feelings, are they my feelings? Well, we think they are. We have learned that they are, because we're told, how do you feel? How do you feel today? You all right? How do you feel today? Well, this body mind is feeling a particular way, yeah. But me, as the body mind? No. I'm not identifying with my body anymore, so I'm not even agreeing with other Neo-Advaitins. It's just obvious. Once the collapse of a human corporeal body-mind action figure that had once been self-identifying with the body-mind action figure and the appearance of it, is visibly observable in mirrors, and it believes that, oh, that's my image in that mirror. That's me that I'm looking at. That's my face. That's my body. So whatever's going on with that particular body that I appear to be, then I must be living a life 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around this body mind. And it feels as though it's being carried around. And it feels as though it's a partner that I'm familiar with, but that I drag it around. And I create this idea as though I'm a me, I'm a separate individual person. I am me, I'm a self, and this self that I believe I am has this body. It has it. It possesses it. It owns it. It feels as though it owns it because it's with it. It feels as though it's so closely tied in with it that it cannot let it go. It tries to let it go, but why is it trying to let it go? Or is it really trying to let go of anybody? It's a body mind. Does it have to let it go? No. but it apparently appears as though it's carrying it around. And so it self-identifies with it. It doesn't know what else to do with it. It says, well, this is body mind. It appears to belong to me because it doesn't ever leave my side. And in fact, it's not even by my side. It's just me and this body mind. So if I self-identify with it, then I'm going to begin there. And I'm going to go along with that idea that I'm a separate body mind that matters. And I'm going to go along with the idea that was learned. Because I learned about it. It was taught to me. It was taught to me from other body mind action figures that had a head start before I did, and had a head start in that learning about 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around that which is a human corporeal body mind. It's just a body mind action figure. So, since it began to accept everything that it learned, and then question some of it, but then when it did question some of it, then there were some answers provided, but not all the answers really sounded as though they made sense. But then it decided to conjure up this idea, and here goes the conjuring all over again. How does that conjuring happen, and where does that conjuring come from? Well, it's believed to be conjured 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around me, around myself. I believe that I'm a self, and I believe that I'm an individual person, and I have my own birth certificate, my own certificate of authenticity. I'm authentic. I am an authentic individual person, and I have my own birth name and birthright. That's what provides my authenticity. I have an ancestral tree. I can trace it back. I have family members that are close to me. I call them family members, and they are close to me because they are part of that family tree. And that family tree is genetically so. There are certain sequences of genetics. And so science, the sciences, is the exploration of what apparently appears to be so. So whatever apparently appears to be so, there's a science behind it. And that science is the examination and experimentation, examination, and very, very close observance of that which apparently appears to be so, that which apparently appears to be permanent. These body minds that appear to be permanent, they feel solid, they feel physically solid. And I have learned that these are my hands since a duration of in space and time, although we're not of space and time. But see, each of these ideas that were learned were gradually learned. So there's this process, apparently appears to be a process of a collapse. It gradually collapses, but it takes quite a bit of time, just as much time as it took to develop the learning of separation, of duality. Duality was learned. It was conjured. It was put together, and then all of these other identifiers and labels and names, and every action that the body mind took was claimed to be a doing of an action, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around a particular person that believed it was taking action of its own accord of volition, that it had free will and choice. And there are body mind action figures that are humanly corporeal that are still holding on to those ideas and those beliefs and those learnings. It never did really drop this idea of, I'm told these are my hands, but I'm told that, and I'm a person, and I can learn a language, and I have learned a language, and I can learn many other languages, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around a body mind. And the body-mind can learn. It can learn to know all types of things that can be informed 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around a body-mind action figure. So if it is informed of information, if it takes the formation of information, informs it, and then it is informed of that information, then it takes that information and then it claims that it knows the information once it learns it. So all of that, it apparently appears to be hand in hand, some type of process of learning. And the pace by which the learning apparently appears to happen is gradual. In space and time, it could take some time for some body-mind action figures to learn. And then rarely are there some that refuse to accept that which is taught to them, that which is taught 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around, that which does not quite accept that idea, that it doesn't really feel that individuated. It doesn't feel singled out. It still feels part of everything else. It has accepted that way of thinking instead of what it was taught. So in society, within the English-speaking cultures, these pockets throughout the United States where it's primarily English-speaking body-mind action figures that learned what it feels it knows, what it believes it knows, what it claims to know. And the way that it claims to know what it knows is by demonstrating how it knows and how much knowledge of a knowledge base of knowing that it knows. In other words, it's tested. It's tested regarding the knowledge base and the retention of that knowledge. To retain information, the retaining of that is via what is referred to as memory. And memory is the ability that is learned via a body-mind action figure 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around a body-mind that has learned skills of learning. There are various methods of learning knowledge and information, gathering information, creating an archive of a knowledge base, just as a computer begins to build files, builds files of information. The mind of a body mind apparently appears to operate in a similar fashion as a computer does, but the thoughts and the information and the ideas, all of that cannot be visualized, cannot be seen and witnessed and observed. But it can be witnessed and observed via other methods that are so-called methods and processes. There's the numerical values, and these numerical values are numbers. It's countenance. But the numbers do not appear to matter after a certain point. When the countenance is so great, then it's doubled and tripled, and then equations are used, and then symbols are used, and a combination of numerical values and symbols, which are called theorems, are put together. And these theorems are mathematical equations regarding absolutely everything that's visibly observable. And then absolutely anything that can be known, any subject that can be discussed. The subjects were yet conjured, though, but not 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around a person. A person doesn't think in terms of subjects being conjured. They think those are original ideas and thoughts from somebody, some philosopher that came up with an idea, or some astrophysicist came up with a special equation or a theorem. And its specialness is because it seemed to have been conjured by a particular body-mind action figure that addresses itself as an individual person that learned what it knows. That it knows a certain amount of information, and it apprehended it as though it originated from particular body-mind action figures within the societal structure. And so that specialty arose later on after there was this agreement. And how the agreement came about apparently appears to be some type of a gradual process through time. It apparently appeared to take a number of years, took a while, took some time to develop and conjure the conjurings that have been conjured 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around self-conjured conjure selves. They conjured the idea that there must be a societal structure, there must be an academia, institutions, schools of learning. There must be schools of learning, so that there could be meaning, reason, and purpose to learn. To learn information and to know. And to know what? Well, to know that I am a unique individual person, and to know that I matter. So if I matter, then I find purpose in how I matter. And so you see how it figured out a way to use what it believes is usable. It believes that information is useful. So it takes that information and uses it. 2 by 4 from about, with, upon, and around. A self-conjured conjure self that believes that it is terminally unique. It is very special. It is self-sufficient, self-sustainable, self-maintained, self-identified. It's all about the self. It's all about me. It's about you as well, but you are also a me. So you're an individual I. You're an individual person that can call itself I, me, myself, when you're addressing in first person. So then it comes up with a language, and then it conjures up complexities of the language, and it builds upon it. It develops that which supports, that which precipitates meaning, reason, and purpose. It gives it. It applies. It has learned to apply. It has created complexity. It believes it has created it. Although it doesn't really matter, it's not necessary, because everything is already complete, perfect, whole, perfect balance, just the way it's always been. So there's a body-mind appearance. It waves hands. It waves hands that believes are its own hands. And it says, well, I'm either left-handed because I write and I take a utensil to scribe my name or sign my name with my left hand because I'm left-handed. I'm predominantly left-handed. I am left-handed. Or I am right-handed, and I hold a pen so that I can sign my name with my right hand or my left hand. And I've learned to do that. I couldn't possibly do that when I was a baby, because when I was born, I was too innocent. I did not know yet. See? It can admit that much. The self-conjured conjure self can admit that much to say that, well, the reason, meaning, and purpose behind why, the reason why I could not learn to know what I know now is because it takes time. It takes time to learn what a person can claim to know. And so see how everything began to develop with meaning, reason, and purpose. And so there's this type of dream world. And the dream world is the dreamings 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around that which believes it's a dreamer of the dreamings. There are dreamings, and what the dreamings contain are images, thoughts, and ideas that are dreamt. And the activity of dreaming is thought to be sourced 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around a self-conjured conjure self, an individual self. Although there is no self, it is calling itself a self because it believes that it has, again, there it is, that it possesses its own body-mind. And that when it was born, it didn't realize that yet. It was going to eventually learn it. And then all other babies in their innocence, and then an adult body-mind action figure looks at a baby and it's so adorable because it doesn't know anything yet. It doesn't know that it's an individual yet. And so the subconscious conscious self that believes in individuality and believes that it so wholeheartedly that because it believes that it's working, and it does work, and so it's convinced that the societal structure works. So let's keep it going. So there's the agreement. Because the subconscious conscious self has been so deeply entrenched and involved and engaged within that societal structure on this grid, and has gone along with it because it could not see any other way to go about learning what it knows. In a sense, it was coerced. It was led. It was guided. The guidance counselor of life. What was the guidance counselor of life? The parent? Or the adult that was bringing up the child? The apparent appearance of an alleged new arrival? A new arrival is a newborn baby is construed as though that's an addition, a new addition to society. But then another one falls off, disappears. Another body-mind, it was part of society. It dies, it passes away. It can no longer continue maintaining what it believes it's maintaining its own body. And that if it eats well, exercises, gets the right amount of exercise, and now it's not so much the amount of exercise that is maintained 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around a particular body mind. It's beginning to learn more about itself. It's beginning to learn more and understand more deeply. Not as though there's new extra information to learn, but to take the information that's already knowable or already known, and then agree upon through discussions and analysis, experimentation, study, and the analysis of various subjects. And so to analyze this idea of a human being making an effort to extend life, it is going to continue to try to use the sciences and biological processes and introduce other experimentations and ideas with chemicals and nanobots that can be introduced internally inside a body mind, and then do some repairs certain areas of the body internally, an organ perhaps, to try to repair an area that's damaged in some way. Now there's entropy going on. Perhaps with enough time, scientists believe, subconscious cells that call themselves scientists and have studied the sciences. And the sciences are the analysis of various subjects that are thought to be subjects within a particular environment. So here is what is seemingly peculiar and paradoxical, whereby these fixed positions that are thought to be fixed positions in space and time, that I can be here and that you can be there, but you don't call there there. You call there here, where you are. So where are you? you are over there. No. I am here and you are there. Now wait a minute. If you're over there and you're pointing at this body-mind, you're saying that I'm there. No. I feel and I sense and I say that I'm here. So I'm not there. You keep telling me I'm there, but I'm not. I'm here. And then you're going to tell me that you're there is not there either. It's here. So you see, that's how and why there is no separation. So just a simple exercise like this, by referring to here and there as fixed positions, that alone can actually cause a collapse. That alone can actually cause a collapse, the beginning of a collapse, whereby everything that was learned 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around a subconscious conscious self that accepted to learn what it believes it knows. And that belief in self-identification with a body-mind action figure, the supposed to be observable mirrors, to say and stand before a mirror and say, that's my reflection of my body. That's me. That's my face. I recognize it because that's my face. See? So it takes ownership and is convinced that whatever it perceives and whatever it observes regarding a body mind that it believes is its own, it's going to self-identify and continue to self-identify with it. It's going to ignore the Neo-Advaitins message. It's going to ignore the Upanishads. It's going to ignore the Gita, the Upanishads that refers to there is no separation. It's going to ignore that because it doesn't make sense to it. It needs to make sense 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around a self-conscious conscious self. Otherwise, it will not accept. And even if it's explained in great detail, it will not believe it. Especially those self-conscious conscious selves that are so deeply and tightly wound and deeply entrenched with themselves to such a degree that they can never collapse. They're so tightly wound that it's likened to a turtle. It goes into its shell and will not come out. And you can't get to that turtle because it has a very, very hard shell, and it's just like the story of a coyote that's very hungry and it sees a turtle and it wants to get to its flesh because it sees as though, oh, I could eat that and it looks edible, and I want to try and see if I can get that neck or that head and neck and the legs and see if I can grab it and bite. And if I could bite onto it, then I might have something to eat. But it doesn't think in terms of that. Of course, it's instinctual with animals such as coyotes that are hunting in the wild, in those environments. And so that's one very, very crude, small example of describing. It's one of them. There are so many. There are innumerable euphemisms that could be used, or examples, metaphors that could be used to point to that which is considered the absolute. Of course, when pointing, you can't miss everywhere. So when you're pointing into the air, in a sense, that's saying, well, see, the air is part of the absolute. That's the absolute right there. Where? Well, not there, not in some particular point in space and time, but it's everywhereness, everywhere. The infinitesimal complexification. So the Neo-Advaitin makes an effort to come up with words to cater to the subconscious conscious self. It's going to cater to it, so that the collapse may occur, not of its own accord and volition. The collapse doesn't happen for any particular meaning, reason, purpose. The collapse is not even collapsing anything. It's just a figure of speech. So all of these various figures of speeches are referring to that which is already self-identifying with subjects and objects. It's all about the dualities of subjects and objects. It lives in that particular type of reality, and therefore it's called a dream. It's referred to as a dream. So getting back to dreams and dreaming, who are the dreamers? The body-minds. The body-mind action figures, the self-conscious conjured selves believe they're dreamers. They believe they're separate dreamers. If that's the case, then every single body-mind action figure is living their own dream, in a sense. They're living within the mind of a body-mind that they believe is their own. So in a sense, they're living in their own heads, in their own minds, that they believe they have a mind of their own. So if they're going to self-identify with that body-mind action figure that visibly in several mirrors, and they stand before a mirror and say, yeah, that's me, all right. I recognize myself. And so if it's going to continue to self-identify with itself that way, it's going to dream its own dreams. And it's going to conjure up its own wishes. It's going to conjure up its own beliefs, its own interpretations. 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around life itself. It's going to believe that life's out there, and I'm taking part of that life that's out there, and I'm going to live it. I'm going to experience, I'm going to personalize it. That's what conjured selves do. That's the way of the conjured self. The conjured self takes life personally, then it takes part of that life, because it knows it can't take all of life. Because it also believes that it's shared. It's a shared reality. It's a shared dream. It's not shared. It's thought to be shared. If it's shared with somebody else. Oh. Well, how is life shared with somebody else? Well, if there's somebody else that apparently appears to be in close proximity, and let's say they encounter a particular body-mind action figure several times over and over, and that particular body-mind becomes a friend, and it becomes a friend because it becomes familiar, just as familiar as its own body-mind is. 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself. So, there are so many innumerable ways to refer to Advaita Vedanta, to refer to inseparableness, to refer to that which is the absolute, that's everything and nothing, inseparably so and not so. To refer to that which is regarding the Upanishads and the Gitas, which is simply the written formats. It's just another format about regarding the absolute. And to come up with these words and phrases, putting certain words and phrases together in the various languages, and then coming up with these ideas and these thoughts, and then conjuring up meaning, reason, and purpose behind all these thoughts and ideas that are conjured, and then referring to subjects and then having discussions about them, and then holding a satsang, and then repetitively going over the same information, and that information does not change, because what does not change? The absolute. If the absolute is going to appear as change, then it's going to be construed and interpreted as though there is change happening 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around an individual person that self-identifies with its own body that it believes it owns. It believes it takes ownership, and it's convinced that it has and possesses its very own body-mind to do with what it pleases, and to live its own life however it chooses to live its own life, because it believes it's living its own life 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself. It doesn't know any other way to go about living a life that it believes is its own. There's just life. It always has been just life, but no. Subconscious conscious self can't see it that way. It only sees it the way that it believes. It only sees it the way that it learns and accepts and believes that it knows. I know what I'm talking about. See, that's what the subconscious conjured self would say. The subconscious conjured self is so convinced of individuality and internal uniqueness, it'll say, with what is referred to as ego, say, I know what I'm talking about. Those neo-Advaitins are crazy. They don't know what I'm talking about. So I'm just going to go and continue to follow my favorite sports team. I'm going to continue to do what I know I do and what I enjoy doing. Because it's my life to live. I'm going to enjoy activities that make me happy. Because that's what I'm after. I'm after the next experience, the next personal experience in my life is going to make me happy. That's what I'm after, and that's what I'm always going to seek and look for. And the moment things don't go my way, well, I'm going to consider that bad and wrong, and I'm going to try to avoid it. If it happens, I'll figure out a way to return to that happiness, that feeling of fulfillment. Something's going to eventually fulfill me if I continue to seek and look around enough and explore the environment. I'm going to eventually find something. I believe that I can eventually find what I'm seeking to look for. Because I was told, I even learned it at one point. Seek and ye shall find. I learned that. And I believe that. So if I'm going to seek something that I want to find, I'm going to find it. Because I'm seeking. So perhaps it's the quality or the type of seeking. Maybe I should mix it up a bit and figure out some other way, some other method to seek in a different way. See, it starts rationalizing like that. And why does this begin to rationalize? Because, again, it's trying to figure it out. It's trying to learn. It's trying to come up with more new learnings, more new discoveries about life itself. And so what it attempts to do is find meaning, reason, and purpose, especially the purpose of living its own life. That, it focuses on that idea. It focuses on the idea of purpose. I need to find self-purpose, self-fulfillment. Because if I'm going to self-identify, I'm going to have to go all out, go all the way with it. Then, if that's the decision that a body-mind believes it's making, of its own free will, it believes it has a free will to exercise, go ahead and exercise it. See where that gets you. See if it gets you anywhere different, other than the way it's always been. See if anything changes. Yeah, try it. Okay. I'm not. See, this, when I say I'm not, when this is expressing, this body-mind action figure, when it says, well, don't believe me if I tell you, because you don't have to believe in anything that I say, but yet try it out. Look into it. Experiment if you want, if you can. If anybody can experiment with life, and they do, they tinker with it, scientists especially. They'll take life and they'll try to analyze it and look into it. The science is continuously doing that every day. And new so-called breakthroughs appear to happen. These breakthroughs are construed as new information, new knowledge that was not known before. But suddenly, somehow, out of nowhere, from nothing, it was a dream that a body-mind had. So that body-mind had a dream, and then it invented something. It invented a whole new way of thinking. It invented a brand new subject. It invented a new contraption. A new invention, just as Nikola Tesla regarding electricity. But look how free it is. Look how free and liberating that electricity apparently appears to be. Well, in a sense, we are that anyway. We're electromagnetic energy. That's what we really truly are. We're not whom's. We're not separate individual whom's, separate individual people with their own body, mind, and action figure to claim, and our birth name and birthright, and the names that we use to call other body minds, and the societal structure, that whole thing that was learned ever since kindergarten and first grade, ever since the alphabet was learned, the English language was learned via the alphabet, the ABCs, and then mathematics, 1, 2, 3s to count up to a certain extent. So up to a certain degree, up to a certain extent, each grade of development, a little bit more information was learned about the environment, A little bit more information was learned about the body, the biology, so you took biology class. So you learn about the body. And then you took a science class and learned about science. Then you took a philosophy class to learn about philosophy. Then you took a psychology class to learn about psychology. And you took a history class to learn about the history of the earth. And there are many different versions and stories, the versions of the earth, the history. But there it is again. Is it just his story? Just because he happens to be a male anthropologist or a male scientist, so he decided all men got together and conjured the idea to say the history of the earth is history because he matters more than she does. It can't be her story. Her stories don't matter as much as his stories do. No. See, you could look at it that way too. Although it sounds kind of silly, but then again, look, that's entertaining a different idea altogether now, isn't it? So it's the same kind of silliness, really. It's the same kind of silly conjuring. To conjure up all these ideas of using the English language in so many different ways. As though that's going to matter in some way, shape, or form. That putting together words in various languages, so taking the English language and putting together fancy words, maybe or phrases, incantations, potions, verses, curses, all different types of sayings, quotations. All of these utterances is no different than the chatter of birdsong or the chatter of any living thing that makes a noise. The barking of dogs, the meowing of cats, the meowing of felines, the barking of canines, the chirping of birds, of the winged creatures, the sounds the various life forms make, such as various animals, various species of animals have distinct sounds that they make. Owl hoots. We learned all these things. Sure, when I say we learned them, yes. Groups of conjure sounds. We all conjured all this. It's not to say that, we're all guilty of conjuring. No, it's just not like that. Although it was just conjured, once it's admitted and recognized, then that's how the apparent appears to collapse. Because it was never really built. It was thought to be built up and developed regarding what it knows and what it thinks it knows and what it thinks that which matters. All the information that it knows, it thinks it matters in some way. All the various subjects that it knows, it thinks that matters. It believes that it matters. But it only matters 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around other conjure cells that think in the same similar way. So if they're self-identifying with themselves, then they find others that agree with that, a majority of the apparent appearances of human corporeal body-mind action figures, a majority of them believe in what they know. They believe in that agreement. We all know the same type of information to various degrees, but we agree on that because we went to similar schools. And we've learned similar information in the books that we were tested on. Similar material. Okay? And if we were better at learning more information, taking on more information, then we got those degrees. And if there were special certain types of fields that were special 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around a particular body-mind action figure that thought, you know what, I would like to learn this particular subject. So let's say, as an example, I want to learn psychology. But then there's other types of psychology. There's abnormal psychology, there's parapsychology. There's all types of different psychologies. And so these various fields of study were conjured just to keep it busy. Does it matter? No, not necessarily. So you see, although nothing really matters, there just simply apparently appears to be a life that can be lived. But life's not being lived 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around anybody in particular. It just apparently appears to be that way. So all these apparent appearances don't really have to do anything with that. You never really did. You thought you were. You thought you were living a life of your own, so you thought, well, I'm going to take action and I'm going to decide to become involved or engaged in a particular lifestyle sometime. So that lifestyle could be one of innumerable things. And when we say innumerable things, or activities, it's going to be some type of activities that I'd like to be involved with. So I'm going to do those. I'm going to do them because I believe I'm doing them. So I'm going to take on an activity 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around myself. Because I believe I am living a life of my own, and I believe I could choose to do that out of my own free will and choice. So that's what I'm going to do. You with me on that? Okay. If you're not, fine. Don't have to be. And do I have to react and feel a particular way just because you don't agree with me about something? No, of course not. See, none of that matters. See, when you drop all subjects and all debates and all types of dualities, you just drop them all. What are you left with? Nothing. Start from there. Well, does that mean that all the other body minds are existing and being the same way? Yeah, that's what you're left with. Everybody's left with that ultimately. Ultimately, you're just being anyway. Inherently alive, inherently on. The aliveness of alivening. The alivening energetic principle of aliveness. Dreamings. If you're going to conjure dreamings, conjure them. They're not going to get you anywhere. They might make you feel all right for a while. You have fantasies and dreams and all that. There's nothing right or wrong about it. Fantasies can be conjured. Dreams can be conjured. Certain types of dreamings can be conjured. All manners of doings and knowings can be conjured. But after a while, in space and time, it begins to be recognized that, you know what, none of that matters. So I'm not going to get involved. I don't want to be involved in any of that. Well, are you making that decision not to be involved with absolutely everything else? No, you can't do that. Or like it or not, and recognize it or not, that you're already with the absolute. You always have been and you always will be. There's no escaping the absolute. Oh no, no way. Nothing escapes the absolute. Nothing escapes it. Because nothing has to escape it. Because it's already with it. It's already blending, coalescing, mixing with the absolute. In all spaces and all times. It is part of everything and no thing that's inseparably so and not so. Ad infinitum indeed. Work. It apparently appears as though there is order within the structure of a societal structure. Within society there is structure, and it is taught, and it is mandatory. It must be impressed upon the next generation, because it apparently appears to have been working that way, and it seems to work. It seems to operate just fine, but it's not perfect. It's not a perfect operation. The only thing that's perfect, of course, is the absolute. The absolute is perfect in its appearance of absolutely everything and no thing. It's the appearances as though there's this empty fullness filled. The emptiness is filled with everything, and then within everything, if it's carefully examined, there's nothing there. It's just all appearances. Is it 2x4 from upon with? Is it 2x4 from upon with? Is it 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around? That which apparently appears to be living a life of its own, but then there's a shared reality of life being shared? Or is it just simply life? And what is life? It's a life force of energy and energetic movements of innumerable countenance, of immeasurable countenance, of infinitude and complexification. The countenance that is innumerable is referred to as infinitudinally complexified, which is always always.
So there's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Il n'y a absolument rien de mal à ça.
The apparent dilemma is that it seems to be that part of this experience is an experience of unfulfillment.
Le dilemme apparent, c'est qu'il semble qu'une partie de cette expérience, ce soit une expérience d'insatisfaction.
So the experience is I'm something which is here.
L'expérience, c'est je suis quelque chose qui est ici.
I'm experiencing something.
Je fais l'expérience de quelque chose.
And what I experience isn't quite it.
Et ce dont je fais l'expérience, c'est pas tout à fait ça.
It may be good, it may be bad, it may be right, it may be pleasant, unpleasant.
Ça peut être bien, mauvais, juste, agréable, désagréable.
But it doesn't matter how it is, it's somehow not everything.
And not only that, it's somehow never good enough, or never seems to be a certain way that I can know about. That for some reason, life just keeps changing. And apparently appearing in one of innumerable ways. So many different ways. But those ways that are appearing, 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around, self, conjure, self, are conditional ways. It believes that because it believes it lives in that type of reality. All the dualities. It believes wholeheartedly because it's learned about dualities. It's learned that if you're feeling bad, figure out a way to feel good. If you see somebody harming someone else, approach them and tell them, you don't have to do that. Why are you doing that? Don't be mean. Don't be cruel. Don't harm another person. So it believes in conditional feelings and doings. So the self-conjure self, the individual person that believes is an individual person in a world filled with other people, and there's a world out there, and I'm in this body-mind. I feel trapped in it. Why do I feel trapped in it? How do I escape it? Do I have to escape it? No. It's part of me, so I carry it around with me. I get used to it. So I get accustomed, I get used to however it feels. If it's painful, it feels painful. It feels pain sometimes. It goes through all types of different emotions. I observed it. It's as though I've had this companion with me all along. I'm taking along this other person that I always thought I was. And this other person has been tagging along with what I've believed to be myself, or what I say me. When I say me, I'm speaking in terms of everybody else that speaks the same way, because they too feel that they are an individual person, as a me, as an I, as a self. So I say me, myself, and I, or using these pronouns as a way of self-identifying, 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around myself, and around others that I believe that are other selves that are very similar to me. They happen to be you. So there you are, and here I am. Really? Are you somewhere in particular? Well, we think we are. See, it's in the thinking. It's in the thinking and the doing that we believe we are. It's in believing that. It's in believing in the thoughts, in the consciousness. It could be construed as a parasitic movement, but it doesn't have that kind of intention. It doesn't appear to have that kind of intention, as though it's intentionally trying to persuade you to think in a particular way. The persuasion is conjured. The persuasion is conjured, and the influence. Where is the influence? The influence is based on however anything apparently appears to be, to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around a body, mind, action figure. And its propensities apparently appear to be based on the genetics, the genetic code. Those apparently appear to be the influencing factors. What are the influential influences that are behind that which apparently appears to influence a body, mind, action figure to behave a particular way or to think in a particular way? Well, it may be in the encoding, as these microbiologists are referring to the genetic codes, and that the genetic codes are signatures regarding the body, mind, action figure that possesses these signatures, as it apparently does, by examining the microbial parts, or the parts that are very, very small at the cellular level, at a very, very small microbial level, and even smaller than a microbe. And then these smaller scales reveal various types of energies and energetic movements and parts of energy, such as electrons and neutrons and an atom and quarks and particles and waves, frequency resonances, sound waves, sine waves, all these different types of waves and particles, and that which is referred to as something that's visibly observable at the microbial level, if examined with the electron microscope, if a microscope is being used to observe that which is at very, very tiny scales, very, very small, minute, and then it goes all the way to the macro level as well. It's microbial universe, and there's the macro universe, and the macro is at the astronomical level with massive stars, very, very large scales. And then we name them. Scientists begin to name them, but they're discovered. And these discoveries are endless. They don't seem to end. Continue to try and probe the universe and try to find the edge of the universe. There is no edge. No, it's not finite. Sorry. It's not agreed upon. And just because it's not agreed upon does not make it not so either. So if an idea is entertained that the universe is finite, then along comes other body, mind, action figures to say, no, sorry. The contention is, and apparently appears to be the case, that that which is considered finite is not. It is the infinite appearing finite. And the infinite that appears finite is the accord volition of the absolute. So the absolute that's appearing as though it's finite is not. It's infinite. The absolute is infinituna complexification that's beyond knowing. Even if an astrophysicist says, I've come up with a theory and a theorem, I've come up with the idea of a theory of everything. Yeah, it's just a theory. But the absolute cannot be theorized. That is nonsense. It's nonsensical. That's ignorance, stupidity. It is not true. It is not so that way. No. Nothing is finite. Nothing is definitely finite. It's infinite. Nothing is infinite. It's infinitesimal complexification. And the finiteness is described as finite as though there's a set number of variables and various items and things that can be categorized and labeled as such of a particular numerical value. No, not so. Because there is that which is so, there is that which is finite, and there is also that which is infinite. You must include the infinite too. Must include that. It's not singled out. Finiteness is not final finiteness, and then you single out the finiteness. Then the countness has been figured out, and you count that and give it a numerical value. And then you give it a theorem, and you theorize about it now. Impossible. No. The absolute is not finite. The absolute is apparently appearing as finiteness, but the absolute is infinite. It's an infinite appearance of finiteness. And that cannot be explained. It can't really know. It could be stated in various ways, this way or that way or some other way. And just because it's stated does not make it that absolutely so in that particular way. No. There are all other ways that are included that are very similar, but it's not singled out in some particular way. Because the so-ness of something to be particular and singled out in a particular way is not so. The so-ness of that which is so does not remain so. It doesn't stand alone to be so. It cannot be so and stand alone to be so. It is also not so. So the not so-ness is also there with the so-ness. It's just the same, similar way to state that everything is no thinging and no thing is everythinging. Or everything and no thing is inseparably so and not so. It cannot, nothing can be singled out to be permanently so. There's no such thing as anything being permanently so. It is also not so. This is why you hear these statements that whatever can be perceived is not what is perceiving. So, if another body mind can be perceived, the perceiver that's perceiving that other body mind is not that. Because it is also not so. It's a temporally temporary observer or perceiver or conceiver, but it's only temporarily so, for an indeterminate duration in space and time. And there's no meaning, reason, purpose behind that. There's no meaning, reason, and purpose behind anything. There is no meaning, reason, and purpose behind everything. Everything is just simply apparently appearing as everything and including nothing. That's inseparably so and not so. Therefore, the human corporeal appearance that appears in space and time is also not of space and time. It's temporarily appearing as a manifestation of human corporealness, yes, as a unit of local quality of consciousness energy form upon some particular frequency of resonance. This is an energy field. It apparently appears to be traveling, but it's not traveling to any particular coordinate in space and time. It's just making an appearance. It's blinking in. For an indeterminate duration of time, it's blinking in and it's going to blink out. It appears, then it disappears. And then it reappears, as though it's reappearing upon some other particular coordinate throughout the infinite universe. But that's not knowable. It cannot be understood. Just as the double slit experiment, where you add an observer and it changes. It changes the experiment. by adding an observer. It collapses. It collapses the particle into a wave. And then vice versa. If it appears as a wave, then it goes back as a particle, depending on the observance. So it's the observance that interferes, that causes so to speak, an interference pattern. So if a body-mind action figure imposes its observance upon something, then in a sense it's creating distortion, it's interfering. So in a sense, this idea of being a separate individual person and to believe in separateness is an interference pattern. It's creating an interference pattern, interfering with that which is the absolute. There's a natural flow of the absolute that somehow, not necessarily causes, but is somehow behind what apparently appears as everything. It somehow, it's not known how that is, but it somehow has some type of an influence in some way. The absolute, because it's absolutely everything, but it cannot be known how that is, so and not so, because it's both. So leave it alone. Don't try to figure it out, because it can never be figured out. Nobody can ever know that. It's unknowable. So, if something's unknowable, so what? It's unknowable. Don't have to continue trying to seek and change it into a knowable. How can you change that which is unknowable and turn it into a knowable? Well, perhaps that is entirely up to the accord of volition of the absolute. So if the absolute is going to appear and take that which is unknowable and then entertain the idea that it can become knowable, then it does. So, for any meaning, reason, purpose, well, a self-conjured self is going to try to find it. It's going to try to find a meaning, reason, purpose by creating a theory about it. Just as the astrophysicist creates the idea and the notion that there are innumerable probabilities of distribution, and distribution is energetic movements of distribution, and particles and tetrahedrals and delta T's and pixels and appearances of photonic light and frequencies of resonance, and then it gets into the complexities. It conjures so many different complexities, refers to Merkabah vehicles, light bodies, and it gets very, very new agey about it, and then it starts entertaining ideas about supernal beings and the angelic realm and the 4 different kingdoms or the 4 different types of angelic supernal beings, the Ophanim, the Nephilim, the cherubim, and the seraphim. And it conjures these fanciful ways of thinking that yes, there are greater beings than the human beings appear to be. Yes, we are spiritual beings having the human experiences. So, to what means and to what ends? None. No beginnings and no endings. Perhaps it could be one way or some other way. It is most likely all ways that could ever be conjured. Whatever can be conjured as some way, then a body-mind action figure can perhaps experience that other way then. And then another body-mind action figure experiences what it believes to be an experience. 2x4 from 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around that which is considered to simply be life. But then once it personalizes life, then it conjures up these fanciful ideas that since I'm becoming, and I feel as though I'm becoming more and well refined, and I'm learning more, and the more that I learn, the more that I know, it feels as though I'm reaching out and that I'm expanding my consciousness, and I have greater awareness, and then I'm going to reach a higher level of awareness, and when I can do that, then I can claim.
Et quelque part, c'est pas tout.
It's somehow not what I'm actually looking for in life.
C'est pas ce que je cherche vraiment dans la vie.
So out of that experience comes the seeking energy, the idea that there has to be an additional realization.
Donc de cette expérience vient l'énergie de recherche, l'idée qu'il faut qu'il y ait une réalisation additionnelle,
Namely, that I can become a fulfilled person,
que je peux devenir une personne accomplie,
or that I could become an enlightened person,
que je pourrais devenir une personne illuminée
or a liberated person,
ou libérée,
something, whatever the goal is.
quel que soit le but, quelque chose.
So, what this message is saying, what we are talking about today,
Donc ce que dit ce message, ce dont on parle aujourd'hui,
says that this whole setup,
dit que toute cette structure,
I am something, experiencing something separate,
je suis quelque chose qui fait l'expérience de quelque chose de séparé,
doesn't have any reality at all.
n'a absolument aucune réalité.
That's the dream.
Ça c'est le rêve.
So one could say there is no one.
On pourrait dire il n'y a personne.
There isn't anything separate.
Il n'y a pas quelque chose de séparé.
There is no self which is aware of its existence.
Il n'y a pas de soi qui est conscient de qui est conscient de son existence.
And automatically there is nothing lost. There is not the experience of loss automatically drops. It's also part of that illusory setup.
Et automatiquement, il n'y a pas de perte. L'idée d'une perte tombe. Ça fait partie de la structure séparée, illusoire.
So there's nothing lost and nothing has to be found.
Donc il n'y a rien de perdu et rien n'a besoin d'être trouvé.
And what is, so to speak, sitting in a room
Ce qui est, pour ainsi dire, être assis dans une pièce,
is just naturally whole.
est juste naturellement entier.
It doesn't need anything else.
Ça n'a pas besoin d'autre chose.
It's everything.
C'est tout.
There is no additional realization.
Il n'y a pas de réalisation additionnelle.
It's just part of that dream.
Ça fait juste partie du rêve.
So seen from the me, so to speak, seen from that separate standpoint,
Donc vu par le moi, vu par cette position séparée,
what we talk about today is just death.
ce dont on parle aujourd'hui, c'est juste la mort.
Liberation and death look like the exact same thing.
La libération et la mort semblent être exactement la même chose.
And this is what liberation would be, so to speak. The death of the experience to be separate.
Et c'est ça que serait la libération, pour ainsi dire, la fin d'être, la mort d'être séparé, d'être quelqu'un.
Nothing becomes realized in that.
Rien ne devient réalisé dans ça.
There is no gaining in that.
Il n'y a pas de obtenir dans ça.
But surprisingly, what's left is whole.
Mais surprenamment, ce qui reste, c'est entier.
In that sense,
Dans ce sens,
this is it.
ça c'est tout.
There's nothing to get
Il n'y a rien à obtenir,
or to lose.
à perdre.
There's no step to take.
Il n'y a pas d'étape à prendre.
There is no movement towards the actual thing,
Il n'y a pas de mouvement vers la vraie chose.
because what apparently happens is the actual thing. So
Parce que ce qui se produit est la vraie chose.
it's this.
C'est ça.
There's nothing else.
Il n'y a rien d'autre.
The other thing that's maybe this can't be taught.
L'autre chose, c'est que ça ne peut pas être enseigné.
Sitting in a room and being you and being me and can't be taught.
Être assis dans une pièce, être toi, être moi, ça ne peut pas être enseigné.
I'm not a teacher.
Je ne suis pas un enseignant.
I can't show you anything.
Je ne peux pas vous montrer quoi que ce soit.
But of course, there's also no one who can see anything
Et bien sûr, il n'y a pas non plus quelqu'un qui peut voir quoi que ce soit,
or needs to learn anything.
ou qui a besoin d'apprendre quoi que ce soit.
So he's absolutely everything that's inseparably so and not so. It's absolutely everything. Therefore, the human corporeal body mind action figure that once believed it was separate from everybody and everything else can collapse at some point. It appears to be collapsing as though it has collapsed at some point, but it never did really collapse. It just thought it did, because then it began to let go of everything that it had learned. And it thought it was releasing it, but it only appeared as though it was doing that. It just fell apart because it had nowhere else to go. It could no longer be maintained and supported. What was maintaining and supporting the idea of separation? The idea of terminal uniqueness of a 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around a self-conjured conjured self. What was supporting that? The conjured self itself. The body-mind action figure conjured the idea that it alone had always been a separate, unique individual entity, a person that mattered. And it reinforced how it mattered 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around itself via things that it believed so strongly about. The birth certificates, the family ancestral tree, the birth name and birthright. The belief of it is of its own accord and volition. It takes ownership. And how does it take ownership? When it says, look, I know I'm living my own life. I know this is my own body. I've been taking care of it. I know it very well. I know myself I know the way my life is. I know the back of my own hand. There's all these sayings that began to be developed in the various languages, and especially in the English language. We refer to the English language whenever making reference to something, although we're not even talking about anything here. Because the bottom line is that absolutely everything and no thing that has always been separately so and not so as the absolute has already been around, and apparently appears to be what is around, but there's nothing around. There is no thing singled out that is around. It's not around and held and singled out of its own accord and relation. It's just appearances. As though these are things. And once that idea collapses, that this identification with appearances of things that are thought to have been permanent, they have never been permanently so. They've always been impermanently so. They've been temporary all along. But they appear as though they're permanent because of the long, drawn-out duration of time that the appearances continue to appear. They continue to appear because it is the idea that they're appearing in space and time, gradually appearing, and that they're becoming and they're developing, and there's some type of movement. And the movement is seemingly so as movement whenever it is referred to as happening in time. All in good time. Everything happens all in good time. It can happen in bad time too. But what is considered good or bad time is duality. And in the dualities, 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around, that which is conjuring the idea of terminal uniqueness and a separation, self-identifying with itself, self-management, self-regulation, and all the analogies that could ever be conjured. It conjures up the analogies to continue to support and reinforce its own terminal uniqueness, its own individuality, its identification with itself. It believes it is a very unique self. And that self that it refers to itself as some birth name and birthright. And so it always addresses itself as that birth name and birthright that was given. Well, how was it given, and where was it given, and why was it given? How did this come about? Well, there's a story. There's a story to tell. Once upon a time, there was a body-mind action figure named, and then there's a name, and there's how the story begins. It was born in such and such place, in space and time, so everything that appears to be happening in space and time is an event that can happen. And innumerable events can happen throughout the story of a body-mind action figure. 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and 2x4 from, about, with, and upon that which refers to itself as an individual. It's an individual person. It's a person that has its own story to tell. It's been living its own life all along. And it can tell a story about itself. But then again, as time goes on and the apparent appearance of the body-mind action figure, the longer that it continues to appear, and the longer it appears that the story has more information within that story, the longer that a subconscious self believes that it's appearing, and then it has to stretch out. It believes it's stretching out its own life. It believes it's living a longer life as each passing hour, as each passing day, a 24-hour period of a day, or a week, or a month, or a year, or a decade of 10 years. It'll be very fortunate, and it's rare to apparently appear for a century. A centurion body-mind action figure is normally considered to be sickened with experience. It's sickened with experience because it believes it has lived all those years 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself, and that it had so many experiences, and all the experiences that it had and it held were personal. It took life to be personal. That's the habituation, the habitual offensiveness, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around a body-mind action figure as a subconscious self supports the idea that life of its own accord and volition, of its own free will and choice, has been a life lived because it's had personal experiences to live a life of in a particular way. So it's lived life in a particular way, and it has taken all the personal experiences as though they were certain events that happened. Yeah, I've had so many birthdays, and I know when my birthday is, but you see that the subconscious self-identifies with that which it believes it singles out itself with all these personal experiences based on space and time. So space and time, and then past, present, future within space and time of a threefold principle is what it believes it knows. So a subconscious self believes and knows that which is referring to space and time as past events that happened to me, events that are happening to me now, and events that have yet to happen to me in the future. That's what the subconscious self believes. It believes everything that supports itself. And then it also believes in development. It believes in some kind of course of action it's taken. And the personal experiences that were experienced were based on personal actions that were taken of its own accord and volition. In other words, I made decisions in my own life. It believes in that it conjures up the idea and is convinced of that since it can't make personal choices of its own and it has its own life to live, free will and choice, and a body-mind to entertain whatever ideas it wants to entertain, and a body to use in any particular way it wishes, any way that it deems necessary to treat its body. There are, of course, natural functions that apparently appear 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around that which is body-mind complex. It can get hungry, it can become thirsty, it can seemingly be experiencing various actions that are going on. In other words, it has its own seemingly self-regulating parts to it, such as the heart beating, but it doesn't have to think about the heart beating, and the lungs and breathing, inhaling and exhaling air. It doesn't have to think about that. and those involuntary and voluntary are referred to as voluntary. Nobody voluntarily does anything. It appears to be volunteers, and the volunteers that are voluntarily volunteering to be doing something believe that that is the case. Anything that's associated with a personal experience, it understands that. It understands personal experiences wholeheartedly. Because again, it was taught and believed and reinforced, and then it began to take those teachings that it learned and began to expound on them. It began to take those teachings regarding about life and about individuality, about terminal uniqueness, and that I am living my own life, so I need to be careful of the choices that I make because I have free will and choice to live out my own life however I want to live it, and then experience, and then have first experiences, own, possess them, seize the day, seize that which I believe I deserve, to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around myself. I believe I deserve a particular type of life, so I'm going to seek that. I'm going to seek that out. I'm going to look for first experiences that I can have. And they need to be positive ones, all the best experiences I could ever have. And then I have these conscious contact points. I know that I'm feeling, I'm seeing, I'm hearing, I'm knowing, I'm learning, I'm growing, I'm evolving. No, it believes that. It believes that it's going to become a better version of itself because the past version wasn't good enough. So it believes in trying to be good enough and trying to maintain being good enough. And what is good enough? Is anything ever good enough? To, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around the self-conjured self that thinks in terms of being good enough. See? It's all self-conjured. The whole thing is. So once all of that collapses, it continues to collapse. It continues in the act of collapsing until it is no longer apparently appearing visibly observable in mirrors. It recognizes, and once it recognizes there is no beginning, no end to anything, and it didn't have a beginning that it was born, and it will never have an end. It will not die. It will not have an end. That particular energy field that is the animating principle of a body-mind action figure, that is already immersed and coalesced and mixed and blending with the Absolute. It is blending with the Absolute because the Absolute is everything and no thing, and separately so, not so. Since that's the case, it's always been that way. But nobody can ever know how and why that is, because there are no hows and there are no whys to be conjured. See, a how and a why and the questioning, that's all conjured as well. No questions need to be conjured. No questions need to be asked about anything. Therefore, the satsang, does it serve a purpose? No, the satsang seemingly developed as though it was helping the terminally unique subconjured self that was thought to be suffering. That which is thought to be suffering is going through experiences that happen to be painful. There's pain experienced, and then there's anguish, there's sadness, there's what's thought to be negative emotions, negative experiences, that it's wrong and it's bad and you shouldn't have to feel sad or feel guilty or envious or feel as though you don't have enough of anything. All of these conjured feelings, they're just feelings, but they are taken personally, and then they're taken aboard with a life that's being led to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around that which believes it's living its own life that needs to be led. As though there's a necessity there. As though there's meaning, reason, and purpose of that particular conjured self that's living a life. It conjures up the idea of self-importance. And it conjures up the idea that's living its own life that it needs to learn more, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself. It believes it still needs to continue learning more. Learning more what? For what means to what end? There is no means to any end. That's it. Everything's already the way it is. It is it. It's the way it is and it isn't. It's always been that way, always will be that way. There's the appearance of change. Why is there an appearance of change? Because the self-conscious the idea of contrast, of duality, and that this is a little better than that, or to various degrees. The self-conscious self says, well, I can see the differences between things. I can see the difference between one thing and another. Although that's duality, and that's duality that's really reinforced. Duality that is enforced is looked upon in various ways that support the idea that there can be differences within things that don't even matter. I mean, the things that are appearing to matter are just appearances, but they're not permanent things that apparently appear to matter. Nothing is appearing to matter permanently, because there's also impermanence. It's both. There's the appearance of what appears to be permanent, and then there is impermanence. And then, if it is entertained the other way around, instead of supporting the idea of permanence, once the subconscious self begins to try and entertain the idea of impermanence, it cannot do that. Because it has always been part of the impermanence anyway, all along. Therefore, why was it conjuring? Why did it think it was conjuring? Maybe it could entertain the idea that it was conjuring on purpose. That it already knew it was conjuring, but it did it anyway. What was it doing? Well, it wasn't even really doing anything. It thought it was doing it. It thought it was doing something anyway, for some reason, meaning purpose. It thought it was living a life that mattered, and just based upon living a life that mattered, that alone right there was providing the meaning, reason, and purpose, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around that particular body mind. It was thinking in that particular way. There's certain modes of thinking that support individuality, internal uniqueness, and conjuring the idea of self-importance, and so it perpetuated that idea that day to day I need to continue focusing on a plan. I have a life plan. I have goals. The subconscious self does that. It does that. What is it doing? It believes it is doing the thoughts that are coming up in its own mind. It believes it's generating those thoughts, and those thoughts are being done. The thoughts are being done, they're being conjured. 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around a particular body, mind, action, figure that self-identifies with itself. It says, yes, I am a single person, I'm an individual, I'm going to become better than I was in the past. I want to be a better version of myself in the future. And so it seeks that which it believes is going to support that idea. This idea of improvement, this idea of evolving. It believes in evolution. It believes on improving. It believes on refining itself. It believes in that. And then once it reaches these various levels and various points, and then it still believes that it can reach for even more than that. But it's always going to be constantly chasing that. Chasing its own becoming. It's already. It's not even becoming. It's already with the Absolute, and that doesn't have to become anything in particular. It's just simply appearing as whatever appears. And that's just the way it's always been. So anything outside of that is conjured. And that which has just been spoken within just barely coming up on a full hour, is simply barely scratching the surface. Scratching the surface of what? A surface that apparently appears to be life. Life that apparently appears to be led and held to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around somebody. Anybody that writes a book about some particular subject does not have to do so, but it thinks it matters to that author of that book. Does that mean that each body, mind, action figure that can write a book about something that's going to matter? Is it going to help somebody else? Well, if there's help needed somewhere to help a person, how and in what way is the help going to be distributed or delivered or applied? Does help need to be applied to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around somebody? There can be the appearance of help required, such as a hungry person needs to eat, get that hungry person some food. A hungry person needs to rest somewhere and lay down somewhere that's relatively comfortable. Can we get that person a bed? That person hasn't bathed in a while. Can we get them a bath? The basic necessities that apparently appear to be a basic necessities. Is there anything that's necessary? Well, the necessities are temporally temporary. They're that real in that sense. It won't always remain that particular way. So although anything can appear as though it's temporally temporary, the subconjured self that finds itself in temporal temporariness, that it's struggling in some way, that it's having difficulty. And I don't mean when I say having difficulty, it's not possessing difficulty for a reason, but the difficulty they may be experiencing can be changed, or the apparent appearance of change can happen. So whatever apparently appears to be happening, it can either be approached as though I could change what's happening, or I may not have to change what's happening. But that's neither a dual sense or a non-dual sense. Whatever apparently appears to happen is going to happen anyway, and when it does, is there a particular way that a particular situation apparently appears to be happening? Is there a particular way to approach that event that apparently appears to be as though there's an event happening somewhere? But you see, that's all illusion, though. That's all the dream. The dream is referred to as a dream. So what is this dream? This dream is a shared reality. And then there's dreams within the shared reality. Then the body, mind, action figure conjures dreams within the shared reality of that dream. But nobody ever has to awaken from the dream. If life is a dream that nobody has to awaken from, then how was it a dream to begin with? You see? So, the self-inquiry of that conjured self, it has been thought as though there's a core self, the heart of the matter. The heart of what matter? Well, the heart and the core of what's referred to as the animating principle, the life force. That spark of the life force, the animating principle that animates a body, mind, action figure. But that animating principle is not identified as something separate and singled out, which is why birth names and birthrights are not necessary. But the birth names and birthrights that are given and have been given in this societal structure, it has always been thought that the necessity to have a societal structure helps. It helps to maintain what apparently appears to be structure, a societal structure, the structuring of society, to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around society. simply because it entertains the idea of what else is a body-mind action figure to do. What else does it need to do? It apparently appears to do something about its own condition. It believes it has conditions. The subconscious consciousness believes it has certain conditions that are going on. These conditions apparently appear to be very real. And those conditions are environmental conditions. What's the environment like? Have you been able to maintain employment within that societal structure that we're all upon this particular, what we refer to as a grid? And now with the internet, we're tightly wound, tightly immersed in the societal structure and the grid. And then there's this feeling that comes over a body-mind action figure. I really feel like somebody now. I've got my Facebook page. I've got me a YouTube channel. Damn, I'm totally unique now. See, it could go that way too. It could convince itself. It could become a legend in its own mind. It could do that. And it has been doing that. Some body-mind action figures have been doing that. They've been taking their own name, and they are the author of so many books, and they have reinforced that sense. And even Neo-Advaitins have written certain books that say, but what's really interesting, they don't speak in the same manner as the subconscious conscious self does. The subconscious conscious self refers to, now there's not just the subconscious conscious selves over here and then the Neo-Advaitins over there. It's not to look at it that way. It's the subconscious conscious selves against or versus, right? The subconscious conscious self versus the Neo-Advaitins, and there's these two camps, and either you're part of what's considered the subconscious conscious selves that are conjuring all these sufferings, and they're separate from the Neo-Advaitins. The Neo-Advaitins are the gurus. They are the modern day gurus. They're going to help all these subconscious conscious selves awaken. Going to help them awaken and help them provide them with the ability to collapse, and then it becomes a non-duality philosophy. And the non-duality philosophy becomes, here's the way you could go about having the experience of a collapse just for you. This is the way you do it, and I'm going to show you. Here are the mantras to say, and here are the exercises to do. Here's the meditative practice to do. See, and then it starts branching off like that, and that's separation. That's not what Advaita Vedanta is about. No, Advaita Vedanta is not 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around nobody. It's not about anybody. It's actually about everybody, because everybody's included. Nobody is singled out and left out. So, absolutely every human corporeal body, mind, action figure that appears, it doesn't necessarily matter in the sense of permanence. No, it's always already mattered anyway, because it's been immersed and mixing and coalescing with the Absolute all along anyway, because it is part of the Absolute. Nothing is singled out. Nobody's left out. No body, mind, action figure that appears has been left out. It's been appearing, disappearing, and reappearing all along. And it recycles. And then that appearance of a body and mind is never the same, ever. There are too many variables. There are too many different appearances that something can appear as. The differences that apparently appear as appearances of something are innumerable appearances. And the countenance of those appearances are immeasurable. Therefore, that's how the Absolute appears as always, always, and in all spaces and all times. That's the infinitude of complexification. And that's absolutely everything. Nothing singled out. We're not going to say, okay, this is the way non-duality should be expressed. This is the way that we should hold our satsangs. We should hold our satsangs with a certain structure. At the very beginning, we should hold hands, prayer, and then in the middle, we'll have the discussion from the Neo-Advaitin that's leading the satsang, and then at the end, we're going to have questions and answers, and then after that, we're going to hold hands again and say, well, perhaps we'll meet again, and you come back, and if you're a member of our satsang and a member of our group, and then you go to meetup.com, and then you're going to find all these other groups that are there, And see, it's going off in those tangents, but is it wrong to do that? No, of course not. Nothing, or nothing is either right or wrong. It's not permanently right or permanently so, and neither is it permanently not so, or wrong, or not or not visible, or if it's unreal, unknowable. See, none of those things are singled out. None of those ideas and concepts and beliefs and all those things, they don't need to be conjured. So drop them all. That's just simply part of the collapse. What is apparent in the collapse? The idea that I was somebody special. That's the collapse. The collapse is the idea of terminal uniqueness. The collapse is the collapsing of that which never even existed in the first place. The collapse is that story that was conjured. The story regarding a body-mind action figure that believed it was living its own life all along, and when it was just simply conjuring everything that it thought about, everything that it ever believed in, everything that's associated with permanence is thought to be permanently so in some particular way, and that my birth name and birthright mattered, and that it matters what I did, what I'm doing now, what I will do in the future. All of these doings and knowings, none of it ever matters. There's nothing to be done, there's nothing to know. When it comes to simply being, that's easy. That's already a natural. It's just as natural as taking a breath. As a body mind takes a breath, inhales and exhales. It's as easy as the heart beating. It's inherently that way. It apparently appears to be that way, and it's just being. That's the being-nessing of being. The isnessing of isnessing. The activity of an action figure appearing to be actively engaged in some type of an event. It just apparently appears to be a process or event that's involved, and none of those things are really happening. They're just conjured. So drop all that as well. What are you left with? Nothing. Because you started with nothing. Who started with nothing? Nobody really started with anything. Which is just simply the apparent appearance as though there's a beginning and an end of a life, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around that which believes is living a life of its own. So you see, there's the paradoxical situation all over again. So, has this been mentioned enough? Now, it's time for the satsang. And that's the free-for-all kind of liberating type of situation in satsang that can happen at any point in space and time. Freely, unplanned, no structure. Nothing in particular has to be going on, it has to be happening. It's not a necessity to bring up a satsang and structure in a particular way and say, this is the way we're going to hold our satsangs. You don't like it, go to some other satsang. Go and listen to some other Neo-Advaitin then. No, it's never planned. It's a free-for-all, and however the Neo-Advaitin is expressing, is it choosing to express a particular way? No, it's just expressing. Because it's admitting. It's admitting 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself that, look, I don't need to conjure anything anymore. Because I never was conjuring anything in the first place anyway. But as far as conjuring up any more ideas to support all those ideas, and then especially the seeking and information that I thought I needed to seek, no, nothing ever needed to be sought. Because all that was seemingly a body-mind action figure that had that energetic principle, or the animating principle is taken to be a singled out animating principle, or a human corporeal local quality conscious energy form. The energy form was taken as though that was terminally unique, special, individuated unit of local quiet conscious energy that mattered. And so it singled itself out and thought it was separate from 2x4, from, about, with, upon, and around everybody else that it saw, as though it was separate from itself. It's just all appearances. They're just a whole bunch of appearances, and there's nothing to point at. It appears as though there's something, but no, it's not. It's not approached that way anymore. It's unapproachable. The absolute is unapproachable. It can't approach anywhere that's everywhere. How can you approach somewhere and say, well, I'm here, I'm going to go over there, okay, now I'm over there. But now that I'm over there, it has also become a new here. Here's the next here. And then I'm going to go some other place, and then that becomes there. So you see, all of these, I drop all the ideas of being in a particular place. Because the beingness is being everywhere. The beingness is not being in a particular place, a coordinate in space and time. There are no coordinates in space and time. There's only appearance, just as there are appearances of maps. Maps that are conjured. Yes, those are conjurings. If there is a hand of a body mind that takes a pen or takes a brush to paint, or it's going to render a communication, let's say, is going to render a language with words and put different certain letters and put those letters together to form a word. And then it's going to take some of these formations of words and then put them together in a sentence. Then it's going to take a whole bunch of sentences and have a paragraph. And then there's another story conjured. It's just the apparent appearance of stories that are being conjured. And they're being conjured 2x4, from, upon, with, 2x4, from, with, 2x4, from, about, with, upon, and around that which believes it has a story to tell, that which believes it is living its own life, that which believes it is separate from everybody and everything else, that which believes these beliefs has conjured them all. And so, once there is this idea of a collapse, then there is the end of further conjuring of anything. And then it seeks out, well, what else can I express now? It's just simply going to express in a natural way. And what apparently appears to be happening is that it's going to not really call itself a Neo-Advaitin, but it's going to find common ground, so to speak. It's going to find a comfortable feeling whenever it's around that which is expressing as a Neo-Advaitin. But the moment that it turns into, look, I'm the teacher, I'm the guru, I'm the Neo-Advaitin, you listen to me, but don't listen to anybody else. If it starts turning out that way, it's no different than the guru and devotee setup, or the student-teacher relationship, the teacher-student relationship. It's no different than that. And then what's going on with that is the most common apparent appearance of conjuring. In the societal structure, is thought to be a societal structure, the most common setup that apparently appears to be going on is the terminal uniqueness of the teacher-student relationship of the guru-devotee. That doesn't have to be going on. That no longer has to be self-identified that way. There's no identification that needs to be held, and there's no status that, oh, I have a better status than yours, so I can look down upon you. Don't you? I can bring you and show you how to reach the point where I'm at. If you want to reach where I'm at right now, I can help you do that. No, none of those ideas about status, about status and about some special way that a body mind action figure is existing. Oh, well, I have all these various degrees, or I've run so many ashrams, or I have been continuing to meditate a certain particular meditative practice that has brought me to a particular state of mind. My consciousness is sharper than somebody else's consciousness. So if we group together these various levels of guru-ness. And see, it just can go on and be conjured that way. More conjuring, supporting uniqueness and individuality in a better guru or a better teacher than some other guru or some other teacher. And that you could be a better devotee if you follow this particular guru or follow this particular Neo-Advaitin. And then they go out in groups, and then there's these agreements again. And see, and then it starts falling into the same pattern of the learning. And then the learning becomes the teaching, and then the teaching gets shared with other subconscious selves that begin to agree with that particular idea of a learning, of what can be learned and what can be taught. Nothing needs to be taught, nothing needs to be learned when it refers to being, simply just being the presence. Always present, always apparently appearing to be present. Because once that presence is no longer witnessed, and when we refer to witnessed, that which is visibly observable in mirrors and what is witnessed is simply temporarily so that way. But it's also not so at the same time. So, does it matter? Does anything in particular matter? No, nothing in particular really matters. It never did. So is the body-mind that used to entertain individuality and terminal uniqueness, now that it's all collapsed and all died and it's recognizing that never existed, so what does it need to do now? It doesn't have to do anything. It never did have to do anything. So it doesn't have to come up with any new conjurings either. It doesn't need to come up with this idea that, oh, okay, now that I'm going to call myself a Neo-Advaitin, now I can hold my own satsangs. Okay, now I can write my own books. And okay, so this is something I can do now. See, it can neither admit and say, okay, well, this was just simply what apparently appears to be happening, which is which is a particular favorite phrase or common phrase heard by this particular Neo-Advaitin with the birth name and birthright of Andreas Müller in Germany, somewhere in Germany. See, the habitual offensiveness behind that which believes it is something in particular is going to try to find differences. It's doing that because it thinks it has to do that, but it doesn't. So, if this particular body-mind appears to be expressing a particular way, it's not expressing for a particular reason, meaning, or purpose. It's just pointing out, notice this, notice that. Do you notice all these dualities around? Now, did you know that it's none of those dualities? That everything is just everything and nothing separately so and not so? And it's always appearing however it will appear. It's not going to appear in a particular way that anybody says. So any body-mind action figure that begins to express and say, well, this is the way this is happening, and this is why this is happening. No, nothing's happening for any reason, meaning reason, and purpose. Nothing's happening. Nothing's really going on. It only apparent appears. Yes, that's why it's such a popular, famous, common phrase, and this particular body-mind action figure as referred to as a Neo-Advaitin now, and we use that label, that phrase, because it's not expressing as a subconscious self anymore. It is expressing along with the Absolute now. In a sense, yes. In a sense, but not as a particular Neo-Advaitin either. It's not going to say, well, this is on this level or this grade of a Neo-Advaitin. Just like a guru would say, no, this is not that. This is not any particular level of a Neo-Advaitin or as a guru or as looked upon as some kind of teacher. No, you can't learn anything. Nobody can learn anything from 2x4 from about with upon and around non-duality, because it can't be taught. It's not a teaching. It never was. You can just simply be pointed out. Did you notice? Are you noticing that? And once you notice that, are you noticing that you're not a you? Have you noticed that you're not a me? You never were a me. Have you noticed that you were never living a life of your own? Can you notice that? And if that can be recognized, that's the message of the Advaita right there. That's what the Neo-Advaitin has been sharing all along. And it calls itself a neo-Advaitin because it's no longer self-identifying with a body-mind action figure that it's visibly the mirror. It stands before a mirror. It says, "Oh, I am me. I'm looking at my own face." And no, all of that's gone. That's what died. And when a particular neo-Advaitin, the birthday and birthright of Andreas Mueller, when he says it in some of these satsangs, he says, "Well, I died." Well, explain how you died then. Explain how you think you died. Well, yeah, I thought I died in this particular way. See, it was all the thinking. So what was thinking that? It was conjured. See? So whatever apparently appeared to happen before, okay, if you thought you were living a life in the past, you were just being. But you self-identified with whatever seemed to be apparently appearing to happen 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around that particular body mind that is stood before a mirror. Okay? And when you can recognize that, what's recognizing it? Well, when I say you, when that subconscious conscious self, which is a you, is identified as an I, me, you, us, we, when it drops all the pronouns, and then it recognizes that everything simply is and is not. It's everything and nothing, inseparably so and not so. Once that is recognized, then it will begin to express as neo-Advaitins express. That's just one way of saying it. Some may go on and hold satsangs. A satsang can be held anytime, anywhere. Two body-mind action figures, or even an action figure such as this body-mind action figure right here that is recording these recordings and expressing this way. It's just noticing there are other body-mind action figures expressing a similar way. They happen to be calling that neo-Advaitin. It happens to be called neo-Advaitin movement. Does it matter? No. Does it appear to be happening? Yeah. Does it have to happen? No. Is it going to happen anyway? Well, apparently appears to be. Look at all the YouTube channels springing up. Notice that. What's noticing that? See, we're all noticing that together, in a sense. But it's not a separate out here or out there. It's everywhereness. This is how and why a satsang could be held anywhere on the planet. And anywhere throughout the universe it is set up similarly. The setup, if there's a setup of an Earth-like planet throughout the infinite universe, if there are other Earth-like planets that have similar setups, then yes, it is still going to appear to be the case. Going to happen. Does it matter? No. So there's the beauty of it. There's no winning or losing in the apparent appearance of just simply being. So you're already mixing with it all, so does it matter one way or some other? Does it matter one way or some other? Because there is no duality in anything that needs to be happening for a meaning, reason, purpose. It's just everything and nothing, separately so, not so, at infinitum, and that's it. That's the bottom line, always will be the default position. That is the default position right there. Do we have to say anything more? No, not necessarily. But it's going to apparently appear to be repeated. And it's going to be kind of mixed again. It's like there's so many analogies to use. There's so many metaphors, euphemisms, and analogies. The analogies to use. Because when we say analogies, and we use the English language to say this, and we're making references, and we're pointing to, and it's easy to point to everywhere because that's what we're pointing to. And that's what the Absolute is. The Absolute is everywhereness, everywhere. Infinitesimal complexification. So no matter you point to, you're pointing to the Absolute anyway. No matter where. Because you're not really pointing to in any particular direction. The pointing is saying, oh, everywhereness. Everywhere. It's Absolute. It is and it isn't. So what? No. There isn't any so what. There are no whom's. There are no individual whom's that have birth names and birth rights. and that are living their own lives. Those are all conjured stories. Conjured stories. Works of fiction. They're all fictitious. And then there's that which is considered non-fiction. No, well, it's temporarily non-fiction. Temporary. Nothing's permanent. Nothing stands alone. Nothing stands alone individuated. Nothing is firm and permanently staying the same way forever. No. Nothing stays the same way forever. Nothing has to stay the same way forever. There's always going to be the apparent appearance of change. But they're just apparent appearances because they're temporarily appearing. That's what makes them apparent. What makes something apparently appear to be apparent? The impermanence, the temporariness. And then there's time, but it's temporary. The time that is thought to be moments in time. Those moments in time pass. They appear to pass. But they're different. They're not separate. They're just simply appearing different. But those different appearances that appear to be different are innumerable. The countless is immeasurable. Just as every grain of sand, trying to count every grain of sand on every beach upon the earth. There's quite a task. Is there anybody out there that wants to undertake that task? They wouldn't be able to appear humanly corporeally long enough, for a duration of time long enough, in order to undergo such a feat. And besides, every single grain of sand can cross over into some other type of sand. Wait a minute. It's no longer a grain of sand. What is it, a grain of salt? Well, it might be a little bit more to the mineral side. And so you see, it's just like trying to find the barrier or the dividing line between light and darkness. Where is it? It's seamless. But trying to find the seam, or looking for a parameter or an edge. Let's say the edge, there's light that fills the room, even with artificial light. There's these lumens radiating off of a light bulb from a lamp. And when it radiates light outward, can you find the edge of that light? Can anybody find the edge? No. See, that's the way everything is inseparably so and not so. Apparently appears to be the way that is. But it cannot be explained in such a way to put it together in a manual or in a book and show you how to recognize, because it's not so much a recognition and it's not so much a knowing. I can't even come up with a word. A word cannot be even conjured. If this body-mind action figure could just say, well, I cannot come up with. Well, of course you cannot come up with anything, because it's something that doesn't really matter in the first place. So if you're going to discuss about something, consider the absolute. Always consider the absolute. That's the point of origin, so to speak. Because it is the Alpha and Omega, it's no beginning, no end. And so to refer to absolutely everything in that way is the manner by which the Neo-Advaitin expresses. It's easily distinguished between that which is considered the Neo-Advaitin expression, which is via the Advaita Vedanta, which is expressing on behalf of the Absolute. In a sense, it could be stated that way. But the Guru goes all out. The Guru says, well, I am as the Absolute. No, that's just like saying, well, yes, I'm godlike. No, it doesn't have to be that way. It has to, see, because then it's saying, well, yeah, I'm a little bit more godlike than that other appearance of that Guru over there. See, I can offer Guruship with certain types of mantras that are enunciated, or certain type of meditative practice to practice. I can offer that to my devotees. So if you join my ashram and if you attend my satsangs, you're going to get something very special that you're not going to get from the guru next door. Now, see, and it turns into that. When it turns that way, then what happens? Well, then that's not the message regarding the absolute, regarding Advaita Vedanta, non-duality. See, with the New Age movement that happened in the 1990s, it stemmed from the idea of accessing higher levels of awareness. The New Age decades in the 1990s were that way, referring to what was also strong was referring to the star people and those souls or essences of beings that originate from some other part of the universe, which is why they appear and express so much more differently than most people in society. Most people's society. And yes, this body mind jumped aboard that bandwagon easily because it saw something that it thought was familiar. And then it saw those body minds that were saying, yeah, okay, that makes sense. That seems to be what I'm thinking. So I'm entertaining thoughts and they're entertaining similar thoughts. So whatever type of thoughts we're entertaining, that means we need to group together and then try to figure this out and say, well, why? And find a meaning, reason, purpose. And so I guarantee you, yes. And I would say that if anybody is going to express and opinionate about something like that, when you can say, well, yes, it's very easy to conjure meaning, reason, purpose, and then attach a meaning, reason, purpose upon some particular subject or some particular action that seems to be taken. That a certain action needs to be taken and a certain amount of information needs to be gathered and known. A meaning, reason, and purpose needs to be known. That's how the subconscious self-perpetuates. The idea that the body-mind action figure that it believes it is evolving and it's becoming, it's going to become something else, a better version of itself. No, it never was that way. All that was conjured. You see. You're already inherently on and part of absolutely everything, so no matter what can appear to be appearing, you're part of that anyway. You're part of that too. So whatever apparently appears, you're part of it all. You're just part of the content, what apparently appears to be the empty fullness. You're part of the content of that empty fullness, in a sense, so to speak. Now, that's interesting to say that. I just noticed where it said one could say, well, sure. When it is mentioned, one could say this or one could say that, oh, of course. One could say so many things. But just because one could say a statement, could mention a statement in a particular language, does not make that statement significantly something special or unique regarding that which is spoken of at a satsang. That which is spoken of at a satsang is always going to usually negate that which is questioned. So, in a sense, the satsang is held as a particular type of setup that starves the questioner. In other words, it's not a meaning, reason, or purpose behind the satsang, but what apparently appears to happen at a satsang is the starving of questioners. Because if there's a body-mind action figure that has a question regarding the absolute that is everything and nothing separately so and not so out of an item, if it questions that, it doesn't need to be questioning that, which is seemingly going to be how and why a satsang is held in the first place. If there's a satsang set up somewhere, and if there's a Neo-Advaitin is going to speak about, on behalf of the absolute, that is absolutely everything and nothing separately so and not so, then that's what's going to apparently appear to happen there. And it's not planned. It's unplanned because nobody knows the next question that a body-mind action figure is going to ask until it is asked. Once it is asked, then it's expressed, and then it gets shot down. In a sense. It doesn't get shot down to where, you didn't even have to question, you have to come up with a question conjured anyway. But the conjured self is still in the habit of conjuring questions. Why? What is a question? Question is supporting something that is thought to be knowable. Something needs to be known. If I have a question, I need to know something. I need to know about, to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around something, some particular subject. That's why I'm going to ask a question about it. See now. Neo-Advaitin no longer questions anything. The Neo-Advaitin recognizes that nothing has to be questioned in the first place. Nothing has to be questioned. Of course not. Because first of all, there's going to be no reason, meaning, and purpose regarding the absolute that appears as absolutely everything and nothing separately so, not so. No meaning, reason, purpose about absolutely anything. Since that is the case, why question it? And besides, who is questioning? Yes, it is the subconjured self that questions. Why? Because it believes it has questions that need answers. And if it gets answers to those questions, then it's satisfied. For now. For the time being. For the time being when it does ask that question. So, the satsang is held to draw and attract body-mind action figures that believe or think in terms of self-identification with itself. It still has yet to collapse and recognize that because it is filled with such conditions of learning and knowing and doing. It is riddled with so much concern behind that which is knowable and that which it needs to do. The subconjured self is, and there's different degrees that can be noticed regarding the degree of terminal uniqueness and self-identification with itself. A subconjured self can be so strongly riddled with such conditioning and terminal uniqueness and so conditioned to believe that it has to know about anything that's knowable, about that which it's entertaining as something that needs to be known by questioning this, that, or the other. It begins to question, well, why is this so? Why is that so? When it is both so and not so. So nothing is exclusively so to begin with, which does not require an answer. And never required a question to begin with. So nothing needs to be questioned. Nothing ever has to be questioned. Nothing. Absolutely nothing has to be questioned. And anything that appears as something is simply an appearance of something. But it's not an appearance to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around anybody. It's just simply appearances of absolutely everything that's inseparably so and not so ad infinitum, to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around nobody. It's just always all ways. All the ways that appear to be ways, and those ways that even have yet to be conjured. So it appears to be always all ways, and the apparent appearance of always always is to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around the absolute appearing as it appears finitely. The finiteness of infinitesimal complexification. Temporal temporariness. And yet, it's never ending. the quandary, and it's not even a hard problem regarding behind consciousness, that it never started and it will never end. It had no beginning and will have no end, because it's always been. And the finite subconscious self-mind, the finite mind, cannot grasp the infinitesimal complexification that appears to be as infinitesimal complexification. That which is infinite cannot be grasped by a finite mind, 2 by 4 from about, with, upon, and around a finite mind. The finite mind is the body-mind complex mind. The mind of a body mind is finite. The mind of the Absolute is infinite. There is one way of looking at a distinction between that which is considered, but yet, and still, when I say I in part, all eyes, all me's, all you's, all we's, all us's, every single apparent appearance of a body-mind action figure throughout all Earth-like planets, throughout the infinite universe. Every single one, none of them are singled out. They're all part of the Absolute. It is eventually admitted, eventually recognized to that which thought it was a single individual body-mind complex action figure. That it was a single, it just conjured the idea that it was singled out. That it was by itself, that it was living its own life. That it had a life to live of its own choices to make, its own free will and choice. It was believing in owning that, and it was convinced of that. It always had been convinced, until one day it collapsed. And then when it collapsed, then it was recognized, oh, wait a minute, that never really happened in the first place. So if I began to learn this, and when we say I began, the body-mind complex action figure that admits and says, yes, I was an I when I began to self-identify. Yes, the I is an I when it self-identifies with itself. That's when it is an I. It's a me. It's an us. It's a we. It's a them. Any of those pronouns. And it's none of them. It's none of the nouns either it comes up with. Nouns are found to be attributed to dualities. And we are not that. And when I say we as energy fields, we as the animating principle of aliveness, alivening, the alivening aliveness of being a scene, that energetic movement of being a scene, or that energetic movement as an energy field that has no parameters, is boundless, is timeless. It appears as an appearance in space and time, but that's temporarily so. It's also impermanently so, whereby it's not of space and time. Be in the world and not of the world. It's very easy. It's an automatic default position to be in the world and not of it. That's a default position. But if it's not recognized, if the subconscious does not believe that, it cannot. It cannot believe it because it is still focusing on that which is thought to be permanent, thought to be always real. It doesn't understand how anything can be unreal. How can anything be unreal when it's obviously real? See, it begins to question like that. So it attends these satsangs, and then it hopes to get an answer to that question. But it's not necessarily going to get an answer. It's just simply going to be pointed out. Because this cannot be taught. Nobody learns this. Because nobody is singled out to say, okay, well, I learned something at that satsang today. I took it with me, and now I have it with me. Now I own it. Now I possess that knowing. But was told to me, no, these are not knowings. These are not even recognitions, because it takes cognition to know. It takes consciousness to know. This is regarding being, you see. You're already inherently on and being an immersed, coalesced, and blended, mixing constantly with the Absolute. Non-stop, always. Always, always. Inseparably so and not so. I had it like over and over and over again. It never end. It never even began, but that can't be understood because there's no meaning, reason, purpose behind it all. And it's not a bad thing either. It's not a negative thing. It's a win-win situation. 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around. Absolutely everything that appears is however it appears. Because it's appearing out of the accord of volition of itself, which is the absolute. The absolute is absolutely everything, but it is not a self-contained self similarly to a self that conjured itself as though it was separate. No, it has nothing to do with any separation whatsoever, no form of separation of any kind. So no matter what is conjured to try to support separation and try to cause the interpretation of separation to be, oh no, it's the same thing. When I say separation, I'm really meaning, I'm referring to the absolute. No, the absolute has nothing to do with separation. It doesn't have anything to do with that because it's already whole, complete, and perfect just as it appears. So there's nothing else other than what's appearing as the absolute that is seemingly inseparably so, not so. Advaitins. It's not just inseparably so, it's also inseparably not so. Absolutely everything and nothing. Simultaneously. Therefore, anything that appears to be happening, okay? Anything that appears to be happening around you that you consider to be around you. In other words, if you believe happenings can happen around you, but only within the parameters of what you're witnessing, as though that's a separate happening, it's not happening. That's being conjured. Consider it, but don't think about it. 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around that mind that you believe is your own mind. Entertained outside of the mind that you have believed all along is your own mind to conjure an idea. Take an example of a family member in another room. Let's say that this body mind is in this room right now, and there's another room, the living room downstairs, and this is a separate room upstairs in this is a detached house, okay? Well, no, it's not necessarily a detached house. It's a, well, whatever you want to classify it. Let's just simply go based on this analogy. This body mind actually figures in this room. Anything that happens within the parameters of the vision of this body mind, and referring to the eyes that facilitate sight and look around in this room, anything that happens in this room is happening in this room. And anything that happens in some other room is happening in some other room. Separate happenings, see, are thought to be happening. There is no separation. See, in that way of thinking of separate thoughts, 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around separate minds are entertaining the idea that a separate event, a separate happening can happen to me. It can happen to you, and it can happen to me. Something can happen to you, and something can happen to me. Whatever that something might be is also conjured. So, if you believe you're experiencing a separate life of your own, and that whatever happens in life, or whatever is witnessed in life happening, is taken personally. So it's taking whatever it sees and then interpreting that, and then seizing whatever it sees, and then classifying that witness of seeing something, an event of some kind. It calls it that an event. If something apparent appears to be going on, there's activity, sure, certainly. There's the appearance of activities, of body, mind, action figures, and all types of other types of life forms that are visibly observable. Then there's the microbial life that's not visibly observable. Does that mean it does not exist? Of course not. It does exist. Microorganisms exist everywhere. We just cannot see them. When I say we cannot see them, they're not in vision with the facilitation of sight of the body, mind's eyesight, or the sight. Yes, there's vision. But here is the point. If understood and recognized, realize that, look, I'm going to interpret and I'm going to witness something that I think is happening around me. But whatever I think is happening around me, I'm not going to take that personally, because I know it's not happening to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around myself. No. Everything's an apparent appearance. But the apparent appearance of everything is not happening. Oh. No. It was just thought to be happening. And anything that apparently appears to be happening, or an event is happening, is thought to be happening to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around that self that believes there's a happening to it. So if a happening is thought to be happening to somebody, to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, and around somebody, it is not so. That's not it. See, it's entertaining what's not happening. That is what is referred to as entertaining what's not happening. Especially if it has yet to happen in the future. Man, I don't want to face what I think might happen in the future, because I think it's going to turn out this way. So I want to avoid it, so I don't want to be there so that doesn't happen. See? Something like that. Entertaining a thought in the future. Entertaining a thought in the past. It just cannot seem to settle in the presence of now, in the nowness of now, because that's where everything's going on. Everything's happening. Right here, right now, in the nowness of now. The presence of now. It has never been in the past, and it never will be in the future. It's always all about now, nowness and of now. This is it. And all spaces and all times are contained within now. What else is contained within it? No, it's not really contained or confined. Not in that sense. It's not confined or contained. It is just the absolute appearing within the nowness of now, in all spaces and all times throughout the infinite universe. And that could take on one of innumerable appearances. The infinitude of complexification of always can take on any appearance of absolutely anything. And just because it appear as is expected, if there's a body, mind, action figure expects something to appear in a particular way, these expectations that it has is simply just another perception, another interpretation, another mistake that is conjuring. It's conjuring the idea that something needs to appear, it has to appear a particular way because it has meaning, reason, purpose behind it to appear however it does. That's how the subconscious thinks. It believes that way in terms of, well, whatever I see happening, whatever I see appearing, it needs to appear a certain way, and I need to know about it. Because if I don't know about it, I need to find out about it. See? There it is again. It is always living in the knowing. And a lot of times, it needs to know whatever it knows, it needs to do something about what it knows. It needs to store that, take that information of that knowledge, and store it in its knowledge base and say, okay, I know that now. What else can I know? Oh, okay, I'm going to know something different tomorrow. And whatever I know tomorrow, I'm going to gather and I'm going to put it in possess it. I'm going to own it. I'm going to own whatever happens to me. My personal experiences in my life. See, that's all it takes life, personally, that way. It believes it should be that way. It's not. It doesn't have to be like that. Well, it never really was that way anyway. To begin with, it's conjured. See? More conjuring. More conjuring for the subconscious self. Has it collapsed then? No. If it thinks it has collapsed at that point, no. It was still self-identifying. Okay? Okay? If it can't seem to help itself, go attend a satsang. Not to say that it has to have help, but it may make that difference. Make what difference? Make the difference of noticing that body-mind action figure is not yours. And you don't have a life that you're living of your own. You're already immersed with absolutely everything anyway. You always will be, always have been. But if you can't recognize that, you always were that, then you're still self-identifying with a body-mind action figure that you still believe is your own. And that you still feel separate from everybody and everything else. So if that feeling of separation is still there, where you feel separate from everybody and everything else, is there a recommendation? Well, try a satsang. Check it out. Check it out. It's just like going into a store and you want to buy some new clothes because the ones you have been sewn so many times, certain places, and then these holes keep appearing, and you've had that same garment. It's been through so many washes for so many years. It's worn out. It's time to go shopping for some new clothes. Well, conjure yourself. It's time to go shopping for some new, different knowledge and information that you hadn't entertained before. You're still focusing on that which is permanent. You're still focusing on a life that you believe is your own. And you still believe in that birth certificate and that birth name you were given. If you're still thinking in those terms of mine, my own, your own and my own, what's yours is yours and what's mine is mine, and all that way of thinking about ownership and possessing, and then you're still conjuring that, okay, more satsangs then. Eventually, you don't have to call yourself a Neo-Advaitin once it's recognized, but I tell you, it apparently appears to be the case whereby once a staunch seeker that was seeking as a self-conjured self, that thought it needed to seek more information and knowledge to build a knowledge base, because it thought it needed to improve upon itself. It thought it still wasn't as good enough as it needed to be, that it needs to improve, so it needs to seek information so that it can improve and become better than it was before. So if it was that way, you could take that same energy that it was supplying for itself, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself, turn that around and say, well, wait a minute, it's the absolute that's providing that energy, not life force. It's not my own. I'm not doing anything with it. I don't have to do anything with it because I'm already part of it. You see? And we say, I'm already part of it. Well, the body-mind action figure that was taking itself to be a separate individual person that was calling itself I, me, we, I, us, them, you know, the pronouns, the usual pronouns. It's mine, I, myself. When it takes all of that, drops it, collapses, and recognizes, what is it left with? Everything. See, because it was focusing on being a particular way and self-identifying with a birth name and a birthright. See, it was doing that all along. But it thought it was doing it. It thought it was conjuring up 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around its own mind that it thought was its own mind to do that. So if it was thinking a particular way, it really wasn't. It was just self-identifying itself with that particular body mind. It was thinking in a particular way. So it took all the thoughts that it was generated from 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around that body mind, and it's self-identifying with it as though that's me. That's me. That's how I am. This is my life to live, and that's my body. I stand before a mirror. I see my face. No, that's just a face. That's just the face of that body mind. And yes, there's an ancestry. There's an ancestral tree. Sure, there's past bodies that were interconnected, but that's only on that level, on that genetic level of appearances. It's the appearance of genetics. That's all it is. It's just an appearance of genetics. It's not singled out as a separate type of genetics, a grouping of genetics, and to say, okay, well, that's separate over here. This is from this tree. No. There are no separate trees. And then to use that analogy, well, it's going to bear fruit. What type of fruit is it bearing? It doesn't have to bear anything. And that's not a good euphemism, is it? That's not a good analogy. To use an analogy about, well, you will know them by their fruits, no. You don't even have to know them about any fruits. Yeah. Nobody has to know anybody else behind that analogy, as though they're bearing fruits that could be identified and said, okay, that tree over there is bearing this type of fruit, that other one's bearing this other type of fruit. No, it's just the bearing of fruits. And yeah, you're going to self-identify and call that fruit an apple and that fruit over there an orange, and there's distinctions between these two, and that tree is this particular way, that's an apple tree, that's an orange tree. None of that matters, because none of that has to be singled out. It doesn't have any meaning really first behind an apple tree being an apple tree or an orange tree being an orange tree. It's just me expressing that way. No reason meaning first behind it, it just is. Because why? No, it's part of the absolute, that's why. It's going to appear however it appears anyway, regardless of what is conjured.
So, I got a naive question.
Yes, please.
I'm totally agree with all you say.
Je suis d'accord avec tout ce que tu dis.
From the birth to the death, we always want something.
De la naissance à la mort, on veut toujours quelque chose.
It seems that the life we have, it's not complete because
Il semble que la vie que nous ayons n'est pas complète.
there's a lot of fault we make. We are
Parce qu'il y a plein
not
d'erreurs que nous faisons.
what we want to do.
Nous ne sommes pas ce que
Not
nous
the
voulons
good
faire.
job, not the good wife,
On n'a pas le bon boulot, ou la bonne
not
femme,
not the good car,
la bonne
not
voiture,
the good friends.
Yes.
la bonne
Because
famille.
I am better than friends. There are no
Yes.
all these things,
Yeah.
and to have this state to get escape from the dream,
Pour s'échapper du rêve,
the naive questions. I know there's no how to,
Yes.
je sais qu'il n'y a pas de comment,
but how to.
mais comment.
Can you give us a clue?
No.
Tu peux nous donner un indice?
No, because it's basically part of the dream that there is a dream in the first place.
Non, parce qu'en gros, ça fait partie du rêve qu'il y a un rêve.
There is no. There is no dream. There
Y a
is
pas de-
no person.
Il n'y a pas de personne.
That's why there can't be a how-to, because there isn't anyone who could follow the how-to even.
C'est pour ça qu'il n'y a pas de comment, parce qu'il n'y a personne qui pourrait suivre, même suivre un comment. Comment faire?
No, I'm sorry.
Désolé.
Welcome. Je vous remercie.
Thank you.
No, there just is no answer to how to.
Il n'y a juste pas de réponse à comment faire,
How to live, what's right, what's wrong.
comment vivre, ce qui est bien,
No,
ce qui est mal.
no answer. No one knows.
Pas de réponse, personne ne sait.
A lot of people believe to know.
Beaucoup de gens croient savoir.
A lot.
Or, in other words, address what the questioner asked, what the question was. The question was about life. You say a good car, good partner, good wife, good friends. All these things is identifying. That's self-identifying with a particular condition, 2x4 from about with upon and around a body mind that believed that that's the kind of life that it could live. It could live a personal life. See, that's referring to life and taking life personally. No, life never had to be taken personally in the first place. It was taught. It was learned. It was learned. It was the conditioning. The conditioning of a body-mind action figure. It began to learn about how it was witnessing its parents and other people around it. It became involved in activities that it did not choose. It was told. It was told, look, you have to go to school. It's the law. Especially those body minds that were raised in America somewhere, where the laws of the land are very similar, where you must be educated, you must go to school, you have to go to school. It's the law. And it's for your own good as well. So the parents are telling you, look, you have to go to school. Okay, since you do have to go to school, we need to be sure you do well when you do attend. Because if you score really good scores in tests, and you pass your tests very well, and you learn all you can learn, and you do very well in what you're learning, then you will be awarded for that. You will be rewarded. You'll be rewarded for scholarships, and then you can pick certain fields of study that you find interest in, and things like that. See, but then it's self-identifying with that particular body mind that's learning a particular field. So it believes that, oh, I must be a special, unique person because I have a birth certificate. I was given a birth name by my parents, and then so I'm told if I do well in school, then I can integrate and be part of this societal structure, society that tells me I can get a good job if I do well in school, and when I get out of school and I'm done with that, I can continue to improve if I want to be more than what I think I should be or can be. See, it just reinforces that sense of separation. It sounds like a good thing. It sounds positive. It sounds as though, oh well, then my parents care about me, and then the teachers that are teaching some subject, they care about other people that can learn what is going to be taught. And so there's meaning, reason, purpose found right there. So life is thought to be held 2 by 4 from about, with, upon, and around the subconscious self that believes that life is all about what you know and about what you do. And the life that you're going to lead, the quality of that life, is mainly dependent upon what is learned, what is known. And that's very important, knowledge. Knowing where you want to go. Knowing what you want to do. With a life that's your own. See, reinforces the idea of terminal uniqueness, a separation, a separate individual person that's thought to be uniquely so and important, and with meaning, reason, purpose. What's the meaning, reason, purpose behind having to go to school? To learn. Well, what do I have to learn? Well, you need to learn all about what's knowable. And what is knowable? Well, to help you get along through life. Oh, so if I learn about life, that's going to help me get through it, right? Well, in a sense, that's one way of putting it. And so that's how they put it. They put it that way. They say, look, you go to school, you do well, you get rewarded, and you'll have an easier time within the societal structure. You'll be more economically viable. You'll get a high-paying job that pays well. Earnings. Earnings to do what? Well, earnings to pay for shelter, food, recreational activities. You'll have plenty of money to do recreational activities if this is what you would like to do. So you get to choose a certain type of lifestyle based on how well you've learned a particular subject or skills, if you have a skill set. And then you can get into business, become a business manager, or a certain particular field of study that yields a high-paying position, a job. Engineers, doctors, and people that really want to live that type of lifestyle and feel that they can achieve that, they think in terms of, well, then I'll do all I can to achieve these achievements that I think that I can achieve. And I'm going to see them as achievements. I'm going to interpret them as achievements because I learned that. My parents taught me, and they've helped me to be self-driven, motivated. And then I found that motivation within myself, and then I took that, and then I used it, and yes, it worked. I got the same results that they said were going to happen, and they did happen. So, what happens next? Okay, I lived that great lifestyle, but guess what? I'm aging. I'm getting older. This body mind is wearing out. Well, what do I need to plan for then? Well, you plan for when that Body mind is going to be so worn out, it won't even be able to maintain that same lifestyle that it used to maintain before. It's going to change. It's going to slow down. It's going to apparently appear to slow down. Why? Because nothing stays the same. Nothing ever does. Nothing's singled out. Body minds wear out. Body minds are just appearances of energy. The appearance of wearing out is similar to other types of entropy. When you refer to entropy as energy depletion. And since we are energy forms, coming from energy fields out of nothing, out of nowhere, appearing for a while, we're going to disappear and then reappear in some other way. But that's unknowable. It's just going to be a reappearance of an energy field that was appearing before as a human corporeal form. It's unknowable what might appear to happen next. Is there more to what apparently appears to be this life? See, that's a very good question right there. If there's ever a good question, those would be the type of questions to bring up in a satsang. Bring up those type of questions in satsang. Well, if this is all there is, what is there after this is no longer apparently appearing? If this body mind action figure is no longer appearing before a mirror, visibly observable, and when it's no longer visibly observable, and then there's the appearance that the body mind has aged and it can no longer carry what apparently appears to be some type of animating principle that's seemingly providing it with life so that it can speak, it can enunciate, it can speak a language, it can feed itself, it can take its hand and take a spoon, take a utensil, and go reach to a plate, scoop up some food, and then feed itself, or put clothing on. Other usual things that apparently appears that human corporeal body minds do day in and day out. The activities that you seem to be engaged in apparently appear to be engaged in. When that's no longer going on, then what? What happens to that energy field? That body mind complex, that energy field's energetic movement of providing the precipitous of appearing as though it's an energy form. When it no longer has the ability to appear as an energy form, what then? See? What then? Nobody knows. Happens to be part of what's unknowable. You can conjure ideas of what it might be. And this is where the near-death experience comes in. And so they try to study that. Because a lot of people fear. Why do people fear death? Because they think that's going to be the end of them. They're never going to exist ever again. You don't know that for real. You don't know that for sure. How can that be real? How can that be a certainty? Nothing is certain. Why is nothing certain? Because nothing has to be certain. There is no certainty in anything, because if there was certainty in something, then that certainty would remain that same way in a permanent state. There are no permanent states. See? Since there are no permanent states, then there's no meaning, reason, purpose that's required behind those permanent states. If there was meaning, reason, purpose behind a permanent state, then that would be the state that everybody would want to appear as. And then it would permanently appear that way forever. See, but nothing permanently appears in any particular way forever. No, that's not the case, is it? Of course not. Do we have to do anything about that? No. Does anybody have to do anything about it? No. Do we have to know about it? No. Do we have to know all that is knowable, that can ever be known? Is that what life's about? No. Then what is life about? Life doesn't have to be about. Because it never was about. There's the appearance of life, yes, in innumerable manifestations, but that's just life. You're not living your own life. This life lives through the appearance of that human corporeal body mind that you used to, or you might still be self-identifying with. If you're no longer self-identifying with it, perhaps it's going to take some time before it really sets in, whereby you recognize it without even trying to recognize it. And that's what liberation could be construed as. Liberation is construed as that which is naturally always immersed, coalesced, mixing and blending with the Absolute. That's the default position. That's the bottom line. Always, always immersed, mixed, blending Blending, mixing, coalescing, immersion, immersed with the absolute at all, in all spaces and at all times, always, inseparably so and not so, and infinitum. Everything and nothing is inseparably so and not so. We're all part of that. When I say we, every single human corporeal body, mind, action, figure, none of them are left out. None are singled out. Even those body, mind, action figures that have yet to apparently appear to be born. And then all generations after that. Because it's all included. All of it. All stories of Earth. Throughout the infinite universe. All Earth-like planets that might actually be Earth-like planets throughout the infinite universe. Very similar to this Earth. Just referred to as the story of Earth. So there's the stories again. See, then it goes back into that, and then it goes back into the story of a body, mind, action figure. And then there's stories to be told. Stories to be told 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around anybody? No. It's 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around everybody. So since everybody has a story to tell, then these stories are told. So, is there a reason, any purpose behind the stories that are being told? No, it's just stories being told. So, there it is. What more do you want? Does anybody have to want more of anything? Of course not. Everything's already whole, complete, perfect, just as it is. See, there's that religious saying, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." Of course, you don't have to want. But does he have to be your shepherd in order for not wanting? No. No. So there is no position of shepherds and flocks and sheep and lions and tigers and bears. Oh my, come on now. These self-identifications with animals, these analogies that have to be used in a biblical sense, oh no, that's not necessary. There doesn't have to be some particular path to take. Now wait a minute, I want a spiritual quest, I gotta go down a certain path. I'm gonna have to go to Tibet and take a spiritual journey. I'm gonna have to spend 7 years in Tibet, spend some time in a cave by myself, and then just separate myself from absolutely everything else that I think is happening. And then I'm going to find enlightenment that way, and then I'm going to go back into society, and I'm going to be a guru. I'm going to get my own ashram. I'm going to have my own devotees, and there's the perfect life. That's the setup I want. I'm going to do that, so that's what I'll do. I'll be a self-professed guru with my very own devotees. All I got to do is set it up. I set that up in India, and that'll happen. It's just like a concert, like Wayne's World in that movie. If you build it, they will come. Well, yeah, if you set up an ashram, and you are a guru in that ashram, you're going to have some devotees eventually. And it just goes on and on. It's always been that way. Ramana Maharshi, all the other famous, that became famous gurus. Because however they may have been. And each of the guru has some type of particular stance or some type particular teachings on the manner by which they share the Upanishads and the Gitas or the Advaita Vedanta, and they have a certain techniques and the manner by which they speak, and then you have those like what's the other one? Oh, there's certain gurus that speak a certain way. Oh, there's one that doesn't blink its eyes, just always keeps its eyes open. You know, things like that. Oh, another one that gets his feet kissed and it's adored, just like Jesus was adored, and kissing the feet and the feet of the master and all this sort of thing. There's no master, and there's none of these roles that have to be taken. Nobody else is anybody else's master. No, but nobody's singled out to be that significant. Nobody is significant. Nobody is better than anybody else. There are no better or worse body, mind, action figures anywhere to be found. All of that's conjured. Absolutely all of that is all conjured. And there's no meaning, reason, purpose, and it has to be conjured. So if that's the case, drop it all. You don't even have to drop it. Just recognize that that is what has been conjured. 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around that particular body mind that you thought you were, and you were self-identifying with that. You thought you had to be a certain way. You don't have to be any particular way. And this channel, and I've said it in past presentations here on this channel, this channel caters to that self-conjured self that has that eternal uniqueness and believes that it is separate from everybody and everything else, and believes in the birth name or birthright it is given, and it wholeheartedly believes in that. It believes since it was given, then that's what I am. I'm what I'm told by my parents, and that's me. I am that. I'm the birth name and birthright. I am that. And whatever I do, I take life personally because it's my life to live. This is my body, mind to do what I please in my own life. See, it's like that. It's tightly wound that way. That is the suffering. This unnecessary, needless suffering. Suffering. Drop all of it. It's as easy as maintaining just a kind of a mediocre, and it's even mentioned in the Buddhist traditions. It's a way of life, Buddhism. And they even mentioned the middle way is the way to enlightenment. The Buddha even said that. You know, you don't have to be poor and destitute and just be barely hanging on to life in a wilderness somewhere. Don't have proper shelter or clothing, somewhere to live, and some kind of maintaining of that, of the basic necessities. The middle way, that's the path to enlightenment. And not excessive riches either. Not excessive living beyond one's means. If you have extra, give it away. If there's extra, give it away. If you're living just within your means, within the societal structure, then continue to maintain that. If you find a way to maintain it like that. It's good enough. Don't try to think that, oh wait, I can get even more. So I could take vacation. Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah, take vacations, go visit the family, maybe somewhere they might live in a far distance away. No, just live within your means. If you can live just within your means, you don't have to have luxuries or extras or anything like that. There's the middle way. And once that is recognized, and you're already mixing with the absolute, and it seems to be okay, it seems to be, well, I'm not harming anyone, no interfering in anyone else's life, so this must be it. This isn't so bad. It's not great either, but it's not bad either. It's just right. I mean, this seems to be okay, good enough. If it wasn't good enough, then the body, mind, action figure might try something else. And it might, so. Any means to an end? No, of course, because it recognizes its impermanence. It recognizes its impermanent nature, that it's temporarily appearing, and that the body, mind, action figure that it's manifesting along with, okay, it's a manifestation along with it, but it's no longer self-identifying with it. It's traveling lighter with it. Or it's just going along with it, and it's the body, mind, action figure apparently appears to be that which is thought to be singled out as separate, but it's not. It's tethered. It's mixing. It's coalescing. It's part of what's seen. It's part of what's visibly observable. That's okay. It's with the absolutes. Even if it's no longer appearing, and it appears to be in a state of such entropy that the energy field that it is just simply going to apparently appear to be gone. It disappears. It goes back to nothing out of nowhere. And then perhaps it might reappear. And then there's the idea of reincarnation. But the question always comes up, though, the body mind will ask, is that will I have this same type of awareness to recognize that although I'm in the world and I'm not of it, will I still have the same sense of beingnessing? Will I still have it? Have that. Not saying have it, possess it, but will I still notice that this, that I am, this energy field is alive, and that it will always be alive, but will it apparently appear in human corporeal form again in some other way? Or is there some other type of existence even greater than what this apparently appears to be? Perhaps it might be. But that's unknowable, and that has to be good enough. If it's unknowable, leave it there. If it cannot be apprehended or even, or if an idea cannot even be entertained about what it might be like, then perhaps there's just the same level of unknowing as there is to know about something. or it might even be beyond the range of that which could ever be knowable. But once it's being experienced, perhaps is it going to be an experience or even beyond a human experience? There may be experiences beyond human experiences that the human corporeal form will never be privy to. The body-mind action figure will never notice that there's some type of an experiencing, some type of an experience that's going on, it's happening. Perhaps there may be a whole other different type setup of an Earth-like planet that is going to provide that type of experience. It's just trying to entertain, try to expand imagination, try to just conjure all these imaginings. But then all these conjurings and imaginings, are they necessary? No, again, return back to the simplicity and just going along with the flow. What is the flow of life? The flow of life is the natural flow of nature. Look at the examples of nature. Billions of years has it been undisturbed and it's been running its course. And the seasons and the environment, the Earth-like planet. It doesn't care. It doesn't have any care in the world. It doesn't care, nor does it not care regarding all the other life forms that are cohabitating with it. It doesn't even recognize a cohabitation. It's the body-mind action figures that get together and they conjure these ideas that, oh, yeah, nature is angry with the body minds that are on its surface of its planet, so it's sending these volcanisms. It's sending volcanoes and earthquakes in various places, and it's killing off a lot of these body minds that are there. And it's doing that intentionally so that it has less corruption and there's less pollution on the planet, and there's less garbage and rubbish being thrown into the oceans, and plastics and things like that, and the non-biodegradable things that are being produced. And when it gets to that type of story, that's another. See, there's another chapter in the story of Earth. Okay? Chapter in the story of Earth. There's just another chapter. And what is the story of another Earth? Well, it's going to be a different type of story told, isn't it? If it's a different type of Earth-like planet. See, so the body-mind action figure can go off in so many different tangents. Does it have to? No. Is it entertaining ideas for any meaning, reason, purpose? No. But it's going to express them, nonetheless. If it's going to entertain an idea, it entertains it. Then it expresses it, and then it shares it, perhaps. It might share it with another body-mind action figure that it perhaps it grew up with as a family member or a friend, a good friend. It's always been around, and when we say always been around, well, in the close proximity of the apparent appearance of a particular body-mind action figure. Yeah, this is what apparent appears to happen. Friends, and families been around for a while, and they're not always going to be around, and the cycles continue to repeat this way, generation upon generation. For any meaning, reason, purpose? No. We're trying to find one, no. Yes, the body-mind action figure is going to keep trying to find a meaning, reason, purpose behind life itself. Life is just however it appears to be, just as nature. Life is just going to appear in one of innumerable ways. And so we try to seize those ways. Any of those ways, any particular ways that are witnessed, the body-mind action figure wants to write about it, wants to know about it. See, there it is again, always wants to be in the know, and always feels it needs to do something about what it knows. It needs to write a book, perhaps, or it needs to find a book and seek a knowing behind it. Then it's satisfied. Then it moves on to the next thing. And it goes on and on like that, apparently. Apparently appears to be that way, doesn't it? Yeah, there it is right there. Nobody knows how life needs to be lived. Nobody has to know that, though. See, the point is, if there's going to be a point made, life is going to apparently appear however it does. And that's just part of the absolute. It's the accord volition of the absolute. Not necessarily the cause, but it is part of what apparently appears. However it may happen. So it's energies jostling about, finding various paths, and energy frequencies that apparently appear to be aligned with a certain wavelength of traveling a certain type of path. It's going to travel the path of least resistance, so to speak. So let's say an energy field is within a certain range of some other type of energy field. Well, if the intensity of the other energy field is too strong, it's going to avoid it, and it's going to seemingly travel a different, opposite direction if it runs into the parameters of what it feels another energy field radiating from some particular point in space and time. But you see, that radiation of an energy field is temporal and temporary. It's going to radiate upon what apparently appears to be a particular point in space and time, a coordinate in space and time, if you will. Just as a body-mind appears to be seated in a chair, and there's another body-mind seated in another room, one body-mind relocates from one room and then accompanies another body-mind in the same room, then what happens? It doubles the energy in the room. And if it doubles the energy, and then 3 or 4 more are gathered together, what is among it? The absolute. Where 3 or more gather, there I am. There is the absolute. Where 3 or more human corporeal appearances of body minds appear. But you see, when that was stated in the past, this particular story of Earth regarding the spiritual organizations, or the churches, and the religious fundamental churches that took these books, spiritual books of the various isms, or the various schools of thought, or various religions such as Catholicism, those isms, Catholicism, Judaism, Zoroastrianism, all these different types, Mormons, Baptists, all these different denominations. They took the Bible, the Old Testament, New Testament, and then they took these books, and there were these stories in those books of accounts that the earth and life upon the earth in the human corporeal sense was a particular way. There's another story of Earth. These are the various stories of Earth that are mentioned. Various versions, just simply different versions, just as there are different versions of human corporeal appearances of body mind. Body mind complexes, different stories to tell, different versions of the stories. And there's planets, Earth-like planets throughout the infinite universe. And then there's stories of those planets, of the life forms that it had harbored at one time, perhaps, or at a certain duration of time. There it is again. The indeterminate duration in space and time. Even with planets, except it seems more permanent because the timelines are much more broader, into billions of years, instead of a few decades, such as the appearance of a human corporeal body mind upon this particular planet. At one point it was believed that it was living a few centuries. And then it was conjuring the idea that, well, body-mind action figures were appearing for centuries, for 4 or 5 or 6 centuries, or even almost 1,000 years. And they were manifesting as the same body-mind action figure. And they reasoned, or they conjured the idea that the reason why that was that way is because the planet itself was younger. So going back, if there's a youthful planet, then it's filled with more energy. Just as it's felt in the body mind, where it spends so many cycles, 7-year cycles, of replenishing at the cellular level. Every 7 years it's a fresh set of cells, but every 7-year increments, the transference of this upgrade, so to speak, or this maintaining, not necessarily upgrade, but a maintaining of the cellular structure and renewing it, begins to wane also. There's an entropy there in those 7-year cycles. So it's still aging, still aging. That's some type of process that apparently appears as a process going on there. If there was some type of a introduction of some type of chemical or something that gets in the way of that entropy happening, and if the entropy is occurring at the cellular level, could there be a technology to replace those cells and refresh or renew it to such an extent that the duration in space and time that it's appearing and manifesting can be extended? So all of these conjurings of ideas, they can be entertained, and is it for a means to some end? Well, it could be, but not any end. For a means, perhaps, meaning, reason, and purpose behind trying to come up with these technologies to extend life, so that the body-mind action figure that believes it's extending life, it can continue to have more experiences, and it simply would like to be around because it's very curious. It wants to see how the story is going to turn out. Sure. Body-mind action figures have been taking the time, and they've been being very careful and trying to avoid accidents from happening to itself, and sensing dangers where it might be an unsafe place to be. If a body-mind action figure believes that there's a certain part of the earth where earthquakes are prevalent, or does it want to live near a volcano? Does it want to live at the foot of the base of the Pompeii mountains, or at the base of a volcano that knows that body-mind action figure knows it could erupt at any time? If it has a choice and it has the ability to move about on the planet, it's going to look for a safe place to be. Safe place to apparently appear to exist. Safer than some other place that apparently appears to have, greater volcanisms or greater hostile environments. Naturally, of course. So I see all kinds of these ideas can be entertained, couldn't they?
Oh yeah. The dilemma is that exactly that which asks that question isn't real. Oh yeah. The dilemma is that exactly that which asks that question isn't real.
Le dilemme, c'est exactement ça qui pose la question n'est pas réel.
That's why there is no answer.
C'est pour ça qu'il n'y a pas de réponse.
It's almost like shouting into emptiness. What shall I do?
C'est parce que comme crier dans le vide, qu'est-ce que je dois faire?
And nothing comes back.
Il n'y a rien qui revient.
The sense of my questions.
C'est le sens de mes questions.
I'm crying in the emptiness.
Je crie,
Oh, of course. That's the seeker.
je crie dans le vide.
Apparently.
Voilà, ça c'est le chercheur, apparemment.
But in fact, all is alright. So
Oh yes, including the
En fait-
shouting including the apparent shouting into emptiness.
Mais en fait, tout va bien, y compris le fait de l'apparent cri dans le vide.
That's the interesting thing. This too is wholeness.
C'est la chose intéressante, ça aussi c'est entier.
But for no one, of course. So no one sees that it is wholeness. It just is wholeness.
Mais pour personne voit que c'est l'entièreté, c'est juste l'entièreté.
That's in a way the tough thing. That even this shouting for an answer, so to speak, doesn't need an answer.
C'est d'une certaine façon la chose rude, c'est même ce cri de cette recherche de réponse n'a pas besoin de réponse.
This can just be apparent seeking
Il peut juste y avoir de la recherche apparente
without an answer.
sans réponse.
It would be already a dream that this needs an answer.
Ça serait déjà un rêve que ça a besoin d'une réponse.
No.
Non. Le dilemme, c'est exactement ça qui pose la question n'est pas réel.
That's why there is no answer.
C'est pour ça qu'il n'y a pas de réponse.
It's almost like shouting into emptiness.
C'est parce que comme crier dans le vide, qu'est-ce que je dois faire?
And nothing comes back.
Il n'y a rien qui revient.
the sense of my questions.
C'est le sens de mes questions.
I'm crying in the emptiness.
Je crie,
Oh, of course, that's the seeker.
je crie dans le vide.
Apparently.
Ouais, ça c'est le chercheur, apparemment.
But in fact, all is alright. So
Oh yes, including the shouting, including the apparent shouting into emptiness.
Mais en fait, tout va bien, y compris le fait de l'apparent cri dans le vide.
That's the interesting thing. This too is wholeness.
C'est la chose intéressante, ça aussi c'est entier.
Well, for no one, of course. So no one sees that it is wholeness. It just is wholeness.
Mais pour personne, personne voit que c'est l'entièreté, c'est juste l'entièreté.
That's in a way the tough thing, that even this shouting for an answer, so to speak, doesn't need an answer.
C'est d'une certaine façon la chose rude, c'est même ce cri.
There you go, Andreas. That's
Cette
the one.
recherche de réponse n'a pas besoin de réponse.
This can just be apparent seeking
Yeah.
Il peut juste y avoir de la recherche apparente
without an answer.
sans réponse.
It would be already a dream that this needs an answer.
Ça serait déjà un rêve que ça a besoin d'une réponse.
No?
Non.
Ce rêve, c'est le mental qui crée le rêve.
It's the mind that creates the dream.
Well, in the end, there isn't a real answer to that because the dream itself isn't really existing, so there is no dream.
Au final, il n'y a pas vraiment il y a pas de vraie réponse à ça parce que le rêve lui-même n'existe pas. Il n'y a pas de rêve.
But in the end, it would be a sense of presence.
Mais au final, ça serait un sens de présence.
Somehow, it's a description.
C'est une description.
And that sense of presence was learned. In other words, I think, therefore I am. And if I think that I am what I think I am, then that's the presence of me being what I am. If I'm being what I am, I need to think and know that I am. No, you don't. You're just simply being what you are, which is an energy field. Not the conjured way. The conjured way goes like this. I think, therefore I am. No, it's not in the thinking. That which is thinking is that body-mind. That body-mind action figure that was taught and it learned ever since the 18 months. Before that, it was innocent. It was doing fine. And if it never was taught anything, or it would be exposed to it anyway. It's the exposure that apparently appears to influence a body-mind. And that influence is deeply ingrained in the genetic propensities of a species and the genetic codes, especially with the human race. With the human race, the human species, there's this genetic code that apparently appears to cause the appearance of a body-mind action figure to behave and express in a particular way. Those are the codes and signatures, the signatures and codes behind that which appears as humanly corporeal, and it has these genetic codes within it to express in a particular way via these ancestral trees. But just because it expresses in a particular way does not make it exclusively that way. Does not make everything exclusively so in that particular way. It's just apparently appearing to be so with that particular manifestation of a human corporeal form.
Doesn't really come from anywhere else.
Ça vient pas vraiment de quelque part.
Ce rêve, c'est le mental qui crée le rêve.
It's the mind that creates a dream.
Well, in the end, there isn't a real answer to that because the dream itself isn't really existing, so there is no dream.
Au final, il n'y a pas de vraie réponse à ça parce que le rêve lui-même n'existe pas. Il n'y a pas de rêve.
But in the end, it would be a sense of presence.
Mais au final, ça serait un sens de présence.
Somehow, it's a description.
C'est une description.
It doesn't really come from anywhere.
Ça vient pas vraiment de quelque part.